The following is a production of Cary TV, the Town of Cary's government access channel.
Call to order the October 10th meeting of the Cary Town Council, and at this time I would ask Ms. Bush to provide our ceremonial opening.
Please stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We're at item A3, adoption of our agenda, and I would entertain a motion from council members to do so.
So moved.
There's
Second.
a motion, a second, discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That takes us to item B, which is the consent agenda. And for the benefit of people watching on TV or people in the audience, we're going to take a moment to read our consent agenda items. Please keep in mind that one vote approves all consent agenda items. On the consent agenda are minutes, the annexation and rezoning of H7 High School, a comprehensive plan amendment for the Ashton Woods Collector, and the Fairview Village rezoning. I'll now ask Ms. Robinson to summarize the Operation Committee consent agenda items.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item is the easement request from PSNC on town-owned property. Then we have the fiscal year 13 developer agreement update and annual reimbursements. The next item is the PSNC request for easements across town-owned property. The fourth item is the request for an easement along town-owned property. The fifth item is a resolution endorsing the Center of the Region Enterprise, that's core plan for greenways and bikeways. The next item is a locally administered projects program, also known as LAP, for Campo. And the last item is the annual Cary Transit Food Drive and Marketing Initiative.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Would any council member like any items pulled from the consent agenda for discussion? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're now at item D. It's Public Speaks Out. And following Public Speaks Out, we'll have item E. There are instructions included for Public Speaks Out and public hearings on the printed agenda. If you would like to speak at either Public Speaks Out or a public hearing, please take a seat in the rows to my right that are shown as reserved. and follow the instructions on the agenda. Public Speaks Out speakers have up to 3 minutes for their comments, and speakers may speak on any topic as long as it's not a public hearing. And that's to your benefit because public hearings have 5 minutes instead of 3. We have the public hearings listed on the PowerPoint slide, and we would thank you for holding your public hearing comments until we reach your public hearing. For the Public Speaks Out, we have a 3-minute time limit, and to be fair to all of our speakers, I will strictly enforce the 3-minute time limit. There's a timer located on the speaker's podium, which is now highlighted, and when the green light turns yellow, that means there are 30 seconds remaining. And when the yellow turns to red, flashing red, I will immediately interrupt you and ask you to conclude your comments. And I thank all of our speakers in advance for adhering to the guidelines that we've set forth. Also want to remind everyone in our audience that this is a business meeting. And since it is a business meeting, we ask that you please do not applaud or make remarks from your seat or do anything else that's distracting to the council members or other members of staff trying to work at this business meeting. So it's now time for Public Speaks Out. And I would invite the first speaker who would like to speak on any topic that's not a public hearing to approach the podium at this time. And we have a public hearing on C-Tran. If you're coming for that, that'll be later.
Right, that's on the fair stuff.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, just checking. I apologize. I'm just used to seeing you at the C-Tran.
Right, well, I'm going to talk about C-Tran, but not the fairs this time.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name's Len Neiman, and I ride C-Tran, as you all know. And I'd just like to thank, oh, there he is, Ray Bolston, the C-Tran administrator, and his staff for arranging to have the hours extended tonight. So those that wanted to be here for the public hearing were able to get here. And I'd just like to say that shouldn't have taken a special exception. That should be the norm. Nobody should be denied the ability to participate in this town's government because the buses aren't running. Thank you. I'll be back.
Okay. Next speaker for Public Speaks Out. Anyone interested in Public Speaks Out, or shall we move to public hearings? I see no one, so we'll close Public Speaks Out and we'll move to public hearings. Our first public hearing is C-Tran, and it's a consideration of the C-Tran fare increases. Mr. Boylston will present these, or maybe not. Oh, okay. Mr. Boylston will present the staff report, and after that, we'll open the public hearing. Please know that council may take action after the public hearing this evening. Mr. Boylston.
Good evening, council members. As you're aware, at the council meeting of June 13th, council gave approval for staff to move forward and seek public participation on some proposed fare increases. We had an extensive public outreach and passenger outreach process with the Mayor's Task Force for Persons with Disabilities, the Cary Senior Center, Cary Depot, Highland Village, and the Cary Town Center Mall. Some of these were formal presentations, some were drop by, ask questions, and we provide you with answers. We collected this information. Over 100 customers, citizens provided feedback. Based on that feedback, you have the proposed revised fare adjustments for both the fixed route system and the door-to-door system. Again, the goal of this is that this is a regional effort. All the transit systems in the region are behind the curve as far as what they charge passengers. And that relates to what we refer to in the industry as a fare box recovery ratio. In other words, what the passenger fares, the total of that money, how it offsets the total cost. We are currently behind the national average quite a bit and behind our peers at around 10%, where most systems are in the 14 to 17% range. And when we look at metropolitan areas similar to the Triangle, they can be as high as 20%. So we got feedback on door-to-door, and well, let me start with fixed route. With fixed route, and you have in your attachment A, the final recommendation, very briefly, the main points on the fixed route fare increases is we're looking to go from $1 one-way trip cash fare to $1.25 in January 2014, and then from $1.25 to $1.50 in January 2015. And we have an assortment of passes as well where you can get discounts. I won't go into that level of detail on the passes. On the door-to-door fare increase proposal, as you remember, we initially were looking at a possible $2.50 boarding fee and a 50 cents per mile. After feedback from many seniors and disabled, we determined that was too confusing and it was very difficult to understand, and they believe that to be too costly. We have made adjustments to that, and in summary, we are looking at some changes that are less severe in terms of increase, and we feel like they are reasonable. The fiscal impact on these is laid out in your report. The bottom line is that we believe that we estimate that on the fixed route that our fare box recovery ratio will go from that 10% I talked about to 11.44% in 2014, and 2015, 14.47%. The door-to-door fare increases would also go from 9% roughly to 13%. Staff recommends that council conduct the public hearing after this report as advertised, and after receiving additional comments as part of the public hearing, recommends council consider approval of the adjusted fixed route and the door-to-door fare increases. And we are also looking at a future value card pass option that would come a couple of months after January due to some technology challenges there, but that would also result in a net fare less than the $1.25 if they buy in bulk. And I'll be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Good. Please stick around. I am sure we'll have questions after the public hearing. This time I'll open up the public hearing for the C-Tran fare increase. And we have citizens on our front row here we're going to let go first. And they may need assistance, and we'll wait for you to get to the podium. Since you have 5 minutes, there's a light that you may or may not see. So when you get to 4.5 minutes, I'm going to let you know that you have 30 seconds remaining to assist.
5 minutes or 5 minutes? Okay. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jenny Lou Laughlin, and good evening, Mayor Weinbreck and council members. I ask you to think for a moment, how many times a day do you get into your car to go somewhere, to go to work, to go to the store, to a meeting, or to go back home? 2 times, 5 times, 8 times? I want you to imagine taking only 50 trips a month. If you make $70,000 and you drive your car only 50 times each month, not even 1 round trip each day, and you experience the 2.5% rate increase to your transportation budget that's being considered for the Tier 1 door-to-door riders, the impact on your income would go up $1,750 in 2014. Granted, I'm looking at percentages and not at quarters, but for low-income disabled people, 2.5% increase in price for our 50 trips is $300 a year, and that is equal to your $1,750. Perhaps in spendable income, your $70,000 can withstand a 2.5% increase in your transportation budget, but a typical Tier 1 rider with an income of $1,000 a month or less cannot. This $300 impact a year just isn't there. To come up with it, a Tier 1 rider must choose between shelter, food, medical needs, and transportation. Most likely, they'll choose to be homebound because they can't afford to do without shelter or food. Tier 1 serves predominantly a lower income population, those living within the 3/4 mile corridor of the fixed route. For financial reasons alone, this population would ride the fixed route if they could, but they are disabled and are totally dependent upon door-to-door transportation. They live in apartments in affordable housing. They struggle financially every day. Staff's recommendation is that their fares be increased substantially, and they lose the discounted midday fare as well. Tier 2 serves those citizens within Cary city limits, but beyond the 3/4 mile corridor. Predominantly, they live in Cary suburbs. For the most part, their income is far above $12,000 a year, and their standard fare is not being raised, and they will receive a midday discount. I ask you to look at the door-to-door population. A small percentage is disabled, maybe 10 to 13%. The remaining 85+% of door-to-door are senior riders. Yes, Cary's senior population is growing. Cary's quality of life makes it a wonderful retirement location, including a fabulous door-to-door transportation service for senior citizens. In the detailed accounting of other transit systems, there is no mention of this discrepancy. If Cary only served disabled, how would the figures compare? Most transit systems do not provide door-to-door service for the senior population based solely on their age. Raleigh doesn't offer this benefit to its senior citizens, nor does Durham. I understand that there is a fund to subsidize tickets for Cary's population that qualifies for door-to-door service and also qualifies for food stamps, and I thank Cary for doing that. But I pray that you recognize that there is a substantial need for those others who, by any accounting, fall into the low-income category, those whose income falls between $900 a month and $2,000 a month, those who don't qualify for Medicaid, food stamps, or most other benefits available to citizens who are extremely low income. I love Cary, you know I do, and it's a wonderful place to live, a beautiful place to live, and I applaud the commendable management of funds that this town achieves year after year. But in this process of expanding green space and building cultural arts facilities, recreation facilities, and vibrant programs, beautifying our roadways, and improving Cary in multitudinous ways, let's not set up a dynamic related to transportation.
I'm sorry to interrupt. 30 seconds remaining, just to let you know.
Okay, that drastically diminishes the quality of life for Tier 1 passengers. I hope you will agree with me. It's not right and it's not Cary. I'm asking that you not increase the Tier 1 rate or that minimally you not increase it for those consumers who are disabled and do not have a driver's license and therefore are totally dependent upon the Tier 1 transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, if you'd let us know if you'd like to speak, we'll assist you, okay? Hold on just a moment.
Chair.
Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Alan Skeest. I live in Cary. I'm legally blind. I didn't take my dog tonight. I didn't get any modifications. I take door-to-door, by the way, and I go to Raleigh. And I didn't get any changes, but here's all I would like to say. Currently, I pay $6 one way, $6 to the other. That's $12 a day, which to me is fair. This new recommendation would cost me $36 a day. And due to my limited income, I can't afford $36 a day. I think it's a little bit exorbitant on the door-to-door, so I'm asking and see if we can reduce that rate. I don't mind a slight increase. 2-3% would be great, But that to me is 300%. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Others that would like to speak that need assistance? Okay, we'll open it up for others who would like to speak.
Mr. Mayor, council members, my name's Len Neiman. I ride C-Tran. One of the issues I see with this, especially with the seniors going on the fixed routes from being free to half fare, is the ID requirements. And it's not just with C-Tran, it's all the systems. And right now, the ID requirements, there's a mishmash. You wouldn't believe some of the things I've been through this week riding different systems around the area. And as part of this, I would appreciate if the town could work with the other systems to come up with a standardized senior/disabled ID that all of the systems recognize, and preferably could also be used as a smart card for either stored value or monthly fares, so it could just be swiped, be recognized as being senior, and do the fare thing. Okay, and that's pretty much what I got to say on it. I think everybody covered the other things I was going to touch on.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
Neiman.
time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Armstrong, and I live at Highland Village in Cary. Your council members have been very supportive of our community. We thank you very much. One of the reasons I moved to Cary was because C-Tran had been approved by Town Council. Since then, I had a car at the time, but since then I no longer have a car. And having C-Tran has helped me to remain independent, so that I can get to my doctor's appointments, get my medications, get my groceries, do all the things that are required in order to remain independent. And it's also allowed me some time to give back to my community with volunteering in our very precious downtown. Without it, it wouldn't have happened. I am very much in favor of the C-Tran fare increases. This is not a popular stand with the group that I come from. We're all low income, fixed income, and any increase in anything requires either a reprioritization or just simply taking your budget and redoing it. The reason I'm here tonight is because I really believe that C-Tran offers that independence. I think that as finances, as government, as everything gets tighter, we have to pay to play. We have to reset our priorities. It's going to be hard on me to do that with a fare increase, but it's reasonable. I have every confidence in Phil Smith, in Ray Boylston, and Adam Howell that they have done a sufficient and comprehensive job in studying this question. I don't think that anyone can run a business with 7% collected in fares. We've just got to pay. In Holly Springs, Wake Forest, Fuquay Arena, it is my understanding that they have no public bus system. We could not transport the people that I see on the bus on a daily basis, the ones who have basically minimum wage jobs. They cannot get to the call center. These people cannot get a job and they cannot hold a job without C-Tran. They too are going to have to start reshuffling their priorities. It's hard to make things meet. A little bit in rebuttal to the young lady who had the guide dog here, I can feel for her. I know it's a problem. I know when you fall between the gaps of different public services, it is a problem. But as you probably all know here on council, there is a wonderful transportation system that is free in the town of Cary, and that is Center for Volunteer Caregiving. They have volunteer drivers that can take you. You have to be able to get in and out of the car yourself, handle your dog, handle your oxygen, but it is a free service. They do ask for donations, but there are resources in the community that I'm aware of that perhaps could be made even more known to the public as we address this issue. I feel that the fare increases that Ray has recommended are indeed reasonable. I think we're just going to have to pony up and do it. Having C-Tran brings vitality, it brings paying customers to shop and to dine. It brings visitors. It brings community pride. It brings a sense of well-being and safety. People who come in on the Amtrak bus sometimes will use C-Tran. This brings even more traffic, foot traffic, into our downtown Cary areas, especially for festival days. I'm in full support of it. I hope that we can count on your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker for this public hearing.
Hello, my name is Blake Scott. I live at 14100 Joshua Tree Court, Cary, North Carolina. I've been a resident since 2010. I live at Green Level Homes, which is independent living. I also work at Whole Foods Market, which is located in Waverly Place Shopping Center. Since living here in Cary, I depend on C-Tran to get me to work 5 days a week, and which has been a good thing for me because it's shown me more independence. And I only work, like I said, and I only work part-time, which is only like 4 hours. I need to be this to be affordable to keep my job so that way I can continue going to work 5 days a week to be able to support myself living independently and being able to be more independent for me to be able to succeed on my own. I hope that you won't you won't increase this by too much as far as the prices of the door-to-door route. And I appreciate your time listening to my concerns as far as, hopefully that you guys won't increase the door-to-door prices too much. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Leslie Fort. I should start by saying that I'm fighting a cold, so if I happen to have a coughing spasm and I have to leave the mic, I apologize in advance. I have a different perspective on this. I come from Greensboro, North Carolina. I'm a commuter. I commute every day to my job, so it's about, on a good day, an hour and 15 minutes. On a bad day, maybe an hour and a half, hour and 40 minutes. So I do that, both ways every day. And I'm very thankful for my job, and I can handle the commute. But it would be nice if I didn't have to commute every single day by my car, my vehicle. It does get tiring, I have to say, to commute 3 hours a day for my job. And so when I first got my job, I looked into other means of transportation. And I found out that Cary has a depot, and Amtrak goes to that depot. And also Greensboro, where I'm from, also has a depot, and Amtrak goes between those two locations. So I was very excited about that. And turns out that Amtrak has Wi-Fi. I'm a software developer, so that's great for me because I can work on the train. So I spoke with my supervisors, and they were fine with me taking the train to work on some days during the week in order for me to be able to kind of reduce a little bit of the stress on myself with the commute every day. So the problem is getting from the depot to my job. Now, it so happens that there is a bus stop right outside where I work, which is wonderful. The problem is the Amtrak train gets into the Cary depot at 10:02, and the bus leaves at 10 o'clock. And so there is no coordination between the train and the bus. So my thought is that if there's going to be a fare increase, it needs to be commensurate with an increase in services as well. And there needs to be some coordination. I have spoken to a couple of folks in the Transit Authority, and when I first mentioned this problem, they seemed to be unaware of it. So given the fact that they were unaware of it, I thought, well, why don't I come to the town council meeting and make sure that people are aware that that is an issue. It would be wonderful if you could look into making sure that those two schedules are in sync. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Would anyone else like to speak at the public hearing on C-Tran fare increases? Anyone else at all? I see no one. We'll close the public hearing and open it up to council members for questions from staff or discussion. Comments?
I have a question for staff. Oh.
I was going to ask a question for clarification. One gentleman that spoke mentioned that his, I believe, trip to Raleigh, the door-to-door was going from $12 to $36.
$6 to $36, I think is what I heard.
6 each, six each
Oh,
way.
yeah.
It was 6 each way, but
12 a day.
12 to 36.
Yeah, I think-
Can you help me better understand or clarify that? Is that correct?
I think what he was referring to was the initial proposal that included a $2.50 boarding fee and then 50 cents a mile that we determined was
Right.
too drastic of an increase. The maximum round trip for the longest trip to Chapel Hill or 15 plus miles to Raleigh, round trip would be $18.
$18, okay.
18 round trip.
18
So
round
go from
trip
12
to Chapel Hill or 15 plus miles to Raleigh.
Okay.
That to me is acceptable, 18 round trip.
Is acceptable. Okay.
Other comments?
Yeah, I have a question
Yes.
while you're up there. When we talked, I had a question about kind of the dilemma we have with people that, can afford C-Tran, and, it is a good convenience for them. But you do have people that have a real hardship on fixed income. And you had mentioned that there are other means available that they can apply for help. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, it's been 5 years since we had an increase on our door-to-door system. And 5 years ago, when council approved that, one of the caveats was that we set up a program with utilizing the services of the Center for Volunteer Caregiving that was mentioned earlier by one of our citizens. And that program has been up and running, and we've budgeted $5,000 a year. We've provided ticket assistance program in the range of about $3,200 a year for people that have either been identified by senior center staff or other folks in the community that need special assistance. So we have been doing that for about 5 years now.
Is there any, it hasn't reached the maximum, but I'm concerned that, as the fares come in and you have those that on a real hardship, I think, one, we have to communicate that that option is available, and that might be a place where we could increase that slightly so that, you know, we can cover that. And I think that's kind of a good balance between, you know, where we can kind of get ahead with what we have to do with our system, but at the same time have some understanding for those with a real hardship. And I just want to make sure that was clear, that people understood that that option's available.
Other comments?
Could you just speak about it? You mentioned it very briefly in the staff report, but I'm very interested in it. You said a number of people expressed an interest in evening hours and Sunday hours. Can you tell us what gauge or what does the percentage look like? Was that a high number of people that wanted late hours? We've heard in the past people have come here and said they couldn't work at some of the food places in the evening because C-Tran doesn't operate late.
In the feedback we received from the 100+, I would say it was somewhere in the 15 to 20% range that mentioned that. In our last annual fixed route passenger survey, that was one of the top 3 needs identified by 200+ passengers that were surveyed.
So the top, going back to the survey, do you happen to remember what the other top needs were?
I have.
That would be later evening service, Sunday service, some type of limited Sunday service, and more frequent service.
More frequent, thank you.
Mr. Yerha?
Yeah, those top 3 priorities were listed on a handout that Mr. Neiman gave us a few meetings ago, which I really think is one of the clearest, succinct handouts we've ever received on anything, and also given to us with as much sincerity as any that we've been given. So I know we're talking about fares here, but I think we probably would be remiss if we didn't ask where some of these items stand. I know you're familiar with the handout, right? Are we looking into some of those things as time goes on? Of course, those top 3 priorities, which you mentioned, and some of these other things that...
We are looking at them. Some of those are included in a Wake County transit plan, the bus portion of that was worked on a couple of years ago that the Wake County commissioners are now starting to reevaluate. In addition to that, as part of our Imagine Cary process, our main consultant has a sub-consultant, Nelson Nygaard, who is focused on transit. And as part of Nelson Nygaard's work, we have tasked them to dive into more detail to our future expansion plans, whether it be hours, days of service, frequency, and to prioritize, to go back to that Wake County Transit Plan, and based on more recent feedback to see if that matches up with what we need for the next 10 to 20 years. And so we are doing that now as part of the Imagine Cary. And when we finish that process, we'll have a very, I think, crystal clear picture in terms of what's best to move forward in terms of productivity, in terms of passenger desires and needs. And so there's a good bit of activity going on with that, and we are looking at that weekly right now.
We appreciate being updated as that goes along, rather than waiting till everything is complete, because it looks like, especially with the Imagine Cary effort, we're not going to be complete, tomorrow on that. So if we could get some updates on some of those enhancements, they're really great ideas. Because I struggle with this one. I mean, I'm not happy to vote for a fare increase here, but yet I think the fare increase, well, here's a pun, I guess. I think the fare increase is a fair increase. If based on all of the citizen input, based on the thoroughness and the thoughtfulness that was put into this, and the benchmarking that was done with other communities. Yet it nets us somewhere between $50,000 and $60,000 extra a year based on projections. I just hate to see that $50,000, $60,000 coming from our citizens who probably can least afford it. So I really struggle with the idea. I think that the increase itself is fair. I mean, I think I have no problem with that, but I just struggle with the whole concept. And I don't know. I'm still on the fence.
Ms. Adcock?
Ray, while you're talking about enhancements, I know one of the suggestions that Mr. Neiman had made was an increase in the locations of fare boxes. And when I talked to you about that, you told me what the plans were. Would you share that with everybody?
The fare vending machines?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we will be applying for a grant this fall, a Federal Transit Administration grant that will pay for 80% of the cost of a fare vending machine that we would like to have to start out at the Cary Depot, and the following year expand that and work with property management at the Cary Town Center Mall and have one there, as well as passenger shelters was another topic.
It was.
And included in that, in terms of improvements and passenger amenities, we'll plan on installing 6 more shelters between now and July.
Can I ask a follow-up? Mr. Neiman mentioned tonight the problem of differing ID requirements. Is that something you're prepared to speak to, what the chances are of having a consistent system? And I especially like the idea of a smart card. I know all these things cost money, but it certainly would make it easier for people. And can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, one of the things, I talk frequently with the transit system directors throughout the region, and the difficult part is that in terms of that ID program, we probably could do something to make it a little bit more consistent, but Cary provides a much higher level, better level of service than the other communities, which was mentioned earlier by one of the citizens, that 60 years or older, whether you have a disability or not, the other systems, they have a discount for seniors, but it does not equate to eligibility for paratransit. The bottom line is I think we can work together a little bit more on that, and there may be some opportunities there that we could streamline that and have some consistency in the ID.
I think it's a good idea.
Make it easier for drivers.
And then I just wanted to add that I so struggle with this. Ed, I know exactly how you feel. You know, if you just reframe this from fare recovery to subsidization, right now we subsidize at least Tier 1 service about 90%. Is that right? Close to 90, 91. And with the plan the revised plan that you put before us, we'd go to subsidizing about 88.5% next year. I'm wrong. And then it would go, in 2014, and then it would go down a little more. We'd still be subsidizing more than 85% of this. When you think about it that way, it sounds so reasonable. But then I think about what Ed said about $50,000 to $60,000 from our citizens who can least afford to pay it. And it just, you know, you're torn between your fiscal responsibility on the global scale and your sense of what makes Cary a great place to live, which is actually caring about its citizens, and you think of all the other things that we spend money on. So, Ray, can I just ask you, what will happen if we don't pass this fare increase? How will it impact our budget? I mean, I know we've budgeted for the operating costs of C-Tran for this fiscal year. I mean, what do you foresee will happen if this were not to pass?
Well, it's not so much this fiscal year, it's the year after and the year after and the year after.
And it's going to continue to grow.
So staff wanted to at least put this on the table, because if contractor costs increase on average 2 to 3% a year for the whole contract cost, fuel's been fluctuating a little bit, maintenance parts, things like that. It's really just putting this forward to you to realize the longer range impact if they're not changes. But in terms of this fiscal year, we will be sound in terms of for FY14. FY15, if these aren't enacted, we will possibly have to budget additional
Right.
town
Because
funds.
what we anticipate with increased ridership is, well, there's increased ridership, which offsets a little bit, but with increasing fuel costs and with all the other costs that go up, we will actually subsidize at a higher rate than we currently do if you look past the next, say, 3 to 5 years. Is that another way to look at it? Not in any way offering a solution to this, just merely stating what a struggle it is to decide what the right thing to do is.
And we looked at other communities too, and I only found 4 or 5 communities anywhere on the internet that provided door-to-door services like we do beyond the 3/4 mile and even out of town. So we're at the top as far as providing that kind of service. The fixed route services, Wilmington charges $2 per one-way trip. Fayetteville's already at $1.25. Concord, Kannapolis is $1.25. Wilson is at $1.25. And then peers in the area, Richmond at $1.50, Savannah throughout the southeast, $1.50. The average was about $1.50 on fixed routes. Just to put it in perspective.
Mr. Bolson, can I change gears a little bit? I want to address the issue of scheduling. The lady brought up the issue with the trains and the depot scheduling. Can you address that and talk about that a little bit?
Well, it is a challenge. I am aware of the schedule at Amtrak. She did not talk to me. I've been aware of that, but with the way we operate our system, it's a pulse system, and there may be an opportunity for it to work at one time of the day, but it won't work the other time of the day, depending on the times the trains come in, because all 4 routes at peak period come in at the same time for a customer service purpose, because they can get off one and get on the other without a long wait. So we call that a pulse system. We'll go back and look at the Amtrak schedules to see over the course of a day if there was anything we can do. But just by having it on the hour and on the half hour makes it very simple, easy to understand for all of our customers. It's unfortunate. Maybe we'll get the train to change their schedule. But those are some of the challenges you deal with. It's difficult. We try to please everybody, but sometimes it's challenging to make it work perfectly for everybody.
Just an additional question, just building on and off of yours. If we increase some services, additional buses, would that be possible? Or are you answering that question with, we wouldn't really be able to change it with the fleet we have now? Is that?
I'm speaking of the existing services. Okay. If we ramped up and provided a higher level of frequency, then naturally somebody's not going to have to wait as long. Okay. An example of the impact on that is the Maynard routes that only operate hourly. And as a result of that, it makes transfers more difficult between the 3, 4, 5, and 6 at those points on the dial.
And today we don't have any service basically west of 55, correct?
That is correct. We provide door-to-door services beyond 55, but not fixed routes. Triangle Transit provides services beyond Highway 55 and currently along 55, and we have, I feel like, done as good as an effort as possible to make transfer connections to Triangle Transit, which we do on 55.
Thank you.
Mr. Frantz?
I was just going to make a motion if everybody's done asking questions.
I think we're ready.
I'd make a motion to approve the fare increase as recommended by staff.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
And a second discussion.
First, I just want to thank Mr. Boylston and your staff for your significant effort to reach out to the citizens and the community and the actual users of C-Tran. It's always nice when you put a proposal out there, you get a lot of input, and then you make adjustments based on that input, and I think you guys have done a fantastic job at that. I hear a lot of the concerns that were raised by a lot of folks, but at the end of the day, if we don't increase the fare, the bus fare, quarter, every year that goes by, we're going to be getting further and further in the hole. A lot of the comments and stuff that were actually made here during the discussion didn't really have much to do with the fare increase. They had a lot to do with increasing services, increasing hours, increasing the days that we go, Sunday service and things like that. If we don't bring in a little extra revenue, I don't see how we're going to be able to increase services. Citizens are already subsidizing C-Tran to 90%. If we're not going to increase the fares, but increase the services, we're going to be subsidizing them 92, 94, 95%. We haven't had an increase since, what was it?
8 years for fixed routes and 5 years for door-to-door.
So I like the way they have phased this in the structure. We're going from $1 to $1.25 in 2014, then in 2015 from $1.25 to $1.50. I think that's fair. I think that gives citizens a lot of time to plan and adjust some of their personal budgets. And I'm confident that staff has heard a lot of the comments that were mentioned tonight, to include the 2-minute difference from Amtrak to C-Tran. And I know you guys will do everything you can to fix that or come up with a solution for that. You guys always do. So that's why I'm going to support the fare increase.
And Ed, I really appreciate your comments, but while you're making those, I kept hearing in my head what Jack said, hoping that we would fund better the volunteer service that maybe can pick up that difference for those that really suffer. So that's why I think I'm going to support this as well, because I think it can address that. And I really appreciate the speakers being fair, and I hate to use that word, with their comments, saying, most of them have said, I'm okay with an increase, just not a big increase. And the ones that really can't afford it, I'm hoping we can give them assistance some other way. And I'm hoping that when we get around to the nonprofit budgets, we can help out more. And I'm hoping that'll make a difference.
And in talking to Mr. Boylston, I think we have within our budget the ability to raise it. I think the first thing we have to do is communicate, because it's not being utilized fully as it is. And I do think that, some of that can happen. And it is, we don't have the luxury of the feds of just pushing these things away and then letting the debt increase and everything else. We do this with our sewers. If we waited to the end and the wastewater treatment plants, people would be in absolute sticker shock at the magnitude of the increase. And that's what my fear is here. And this is just a tough call. But, I don't want to just repeat everything Don said. By phasing it, trying to keep it as practical and as compassionate, and having an option for true hardship, those are the things I think that are carrying the day for me.
And the extended services also ring true with what you said. If we're going to get there, we can't fall behind. Right. So.
I just wanted to add to Mr. Frantz's comments, which were right on target, that we're going to get further behind. I feel like we're going to be kicking the can down the road. I know I feel like I'm talking about in both sides of my mouth tonight, but it's, when we finally make this choice, it will really feel like a hardship by that time. So, it's just one of those votes, to quote Jack, 49-51, 49. You know the right thing to do, but it tugs at you to do it.
Sure does.
And I appreciate your making the motion, Don.
Are there any more comments?
No, everything everyone has said is right, and I came in here totally agreeing with that too, and I'm probably going to support the motion. It's a reasonable, very reasonable and very thoughtful increase, and I guess the key is, and I was thinking that also, but Don, you did put it very well, that if we do have these increased services that we need, that Mr. Neiman has outlined and that Mr. Boylston has been working on, down the road, it's going to require a little more money. We can't pull it out of the air, and a small increase now can help that. So I hear you, and it's right. It's not an easy vote. It's certainly not.
And one more comment, Mr. Boylston, the lady that spoke on the scheduling, since you haven't talked with her and she's given her address, could you contact her?
I will.
And see if
Absolutely.
I think that would be greatly appreciated, because
Yes,
we
sir.
really would like the commuters, especially if they're coming from out of town, to work here and spend money here, to have the opportunity
We will.
to
We
run
will
our
look
city.
at all options on that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Could I just add one other thing before we call for the vote, is that I was so appreciative of the people who spoke and those who wrote us, who offered, the evidence that they had. They were, they thanked us at the same time. They said, if you have to do it as little as you can. Do the minimum of what you have to get by. And, I don't know that would happen everywhere. You just have to respect those folks.
Amen.
Yeah, I really am thankful and appreciative of the research you also did to find out that, we all know that Cary's unique and offers a lot of services, but the fact that it was difficult for you to find a city or a town with another door-to-door service to compare it to, I don't think anyone wants that to go away. And if this, increase, and no increase when you're at struggling to make ends meet is going to help you, but even this increase, if it keeps the door-to-door service for so many of our citizens, I think that's another reason to put us forward.
Okay. Other comments? All right, we have a motion on the table. All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Boyles. We now move to our second public hearing. It's item E2. It's the Cornerstone Presbyterian Church rezoning public hearing. Ms. Bierman of our staff will present this request. We'll hear from the applicant, and then we'll open up the public hearing and hear from anyone who would like to speak about this rezoning. Council will not take action on this item tonight. Instead, we're going to refer it to our Planning and Zoning Board. Ms. Bierman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This is a public hearing on a request to rezone about 13.49 acres located at 2220 High House Road. This is a vicinity map. You can see it's on the north side of High House Road. On the east side is the railroad, and then to the west and to the north is the Berkeley subdivision. This is just a closer view. The site is developed with an existing church that's about 4,800 square feet and includes about 100 parking spaces. Citrus Lane, which is a road from the adjacent Berkeley subdivision that stubs into the site, does stub to the site for the public road right-of-way. When the church was developed, that road was terminated with a cul-de-sac that's on the church property that forms a portion of the parking lot, so that forms the terminus of the cul-de-sac for this street that goes into the adjacent subdivision. The existing zoning of the site is residential 40. The allowable uses in R40 include certain low-density residential uses and also some limited non-residential uses that support residential use. Religious assembly was allowed by right in the R40 district when this existing church was approved, and that was on June 30th of 2003 when the site plan for the existing church was approved. At this time, a special use permit is required for religious assembly use, and that would include expansion of an existing facility where the property size is less than 20 acres, and that is the case for this parcel. This change with the approval requirement related to the size of the parcel came about on July 1st, 2003, at the time when the former UDO, Unified Development Ordinance, was replaced with the current or the first version of the land development ordinance that we had on that date. So this was obviously when this use was initially developed, it was right at the time when these procedures were changing and their site plan was approved. So that's the reason that because of the acreage change is why their rezoning is being requested. The proposed zoning district is office and institutional conditional use. And the proposed zoning conditions are to limit the use allowed on the property to religious assembly and accessory uses that would be associated with that. And also to specify that in terms of any accessory uses related to the church, that if there were any school or daycare use, that would be limited to no more than 40 students. And this is to address the traffic impacts and to remain below any level that would require a traffic study at this time. This shows the land use plan. The plan designation for the site is LDR, the low density residential, and religious assembly is a use that is consistent with this plan designation. There is a stream buffer shown on Cary's GIS maps along the northern boundary of the site. There would be a stream determination made of this at the time of site plan approval. There are no greenways or street side trails shown in the vicinity of the site. High House Road is a major thoroughfare. The section along this portion of High House Road is a 4-lane median divided section. There is a C-Tran fixed route along High House Road here. At this particular location, at the time of site plan approval, we will be looking for an 8x8 easement for construction of a transit shelter. This is a notification map, and it shows properties notified of the public hearing, and property was also posted and advertised as required. We did receive 2 protest petitions. Several were not valid, several were valid, but this, in total, this is a valid petition, so you will need the supermajority vote at the time of action. In terms of the concerns expressed in the protest petitions, one general concern that was expressed seemed to be the fact that with this change to change the zoning district, the expansion of the church would no longer require a special use permit approval as it would today. That was not explicitly stated, but in reading what the concerns were and some concerns with change in town's oversight, I believe that's what was being referred to there. In terms of specific concerns that were mentioned in the protest petition, stormwater runoff, the traffic impacts on the adjacent neighborhood, particularly with regard to the interaction with the terminus of Citrus Lane and the cul-de-sac that's on the property, the width of the buffers adjacent to the adjoining property, the impact of the parking lot, and effect on residential property value. I would also like to clarify a point that was made in one of the protest petitions, stated that citizens were suspicious of the town's motives in telling the church to request this rezoning. I want to clarify that in the process, the pre-application process that we go through in working with citizens as they're submitting, we did provide the applicant information to the options and explain the options available for either submitting a special use permit for expansion of the church under the existing zoning, which requires, as part of that process, that there be a site plan or a sketch plan to go along with that with a special use permit. And that if that level of detail with the site plan or a sketch plan, or if for whatever reason that was not something that they wanted to submit, that they weren't ready to submit a special use, then the only other option would be to rezone the property to a district where the expansion would be allowed by right. So I just wanted to clarify that while we do explained the options available, that we were, cautious not to advise the applicant for which one to do. It's really, with that information, it's up to the applicant to make those choices. That concludes staff's comments, and at this time I will call on the applicant to provide any additional information.
Thank you, Ms. Bierman. Would the applicant please come forward?
Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for taking the time to hear our application. My name is Fred Thrower, and I'm the pastor at Cornerstone Presbyterian Church, and I have been since March of 2009. Tonight, as we gather here, I want you to know that we brought a few folks with us, and so would the folks from Cornerstone, members and friends, would you kind of stand up or wave your hand just so that we see that we have a fair number that are here. We do come today with requesting that we move our zoning from R40 to office and institution with the caveat that it is for religious assembly only. We bought our property back in 2000, and then it took 7 years for us to have a building that we can move into. And the reason is, as some of you all are probably aware, nonprofits, sometimes it's hard to get the funding to be able to move, to do what you want. And for our group, that was the case. And so we waited a long time to be able to get into the building. And we have seen through the neighborhood that in the community on the west side of Cary that there is a desire to come to the church. And we are having more people come. So one of the main reasons that we are seeking this rezoning is financial. This summer we thought we were going to be breaking ground this fall. We were talking to the bank, and they're like, "Okay, we're ready. You're just about ready." And then we had our group go, and we met, and we're like, "Oh, okay, we're probably a little behind." And we were given the options and told, okay, special use permit or the rezoning. And as we talked about it, we felt, gosh, for the special use permit, we could probably break ground quicker. But we felt that in the long run, that rezoning would be better for us. As you all are aware, that with a special use permit now, as it comes down to the final meetings, I believe you go into some sort of quasi-judicial process where it is at least recommended that you have a lawyer. And for us, that's just one more expense that we would rather not have to deal with. Office and institution just simplify the process for us and reduce the overhead for us. And so after reviewing those two options, we felt that the delaying process and seeking to be rezoned was the right process for us. Now, it is our desire to be good neighbors to everybody, but in particular to those that are closest to us. And so we thought, okay, if we ask for office and institution, people might say, oh, okay, you're going to be rezoned, and then you're going to sell it to some business, and they're going to build a high-rise or whatever, will be allowed. I said, okay, we want you to know that we're here, and we want to stay here for years. We want our grandkids to be able to be here in the neighborhood. We want to be to make an impact in that neighborhood. And so we said, let's make it religious use. Put that special exemption in there, that it is going to be for religious use, so that we are not going to be selling our property. to anybody that might want to come in. We are a growing church, and lots of people are coming. For a while, our senior high Sunday school was meeting at Biscuitville, just because we didn't have the room for them. But we're also a church that is looking to help the community. We have 4 Girl Scout groups that meet at our church, and only one of them has church members as a part of it. They call us up and they say, "Hey, can we meet there?" We say, "We'd love to have you." So we invite them to come. We have a group of mothers who have preschool-age children that were looking for a place where they could gather together, and they contacted the church. Again, no one is a member of the church. We don't charge them to have them come, but we open our doors up and they come. And because they meet right by my office, I try to be at Starbucks or someplace getting coffee while they're gathering. We have a community garden that we started about 4 years ago. And this past summer, I think due to a lot of the rain, we were able to produce 600 pounds of produce that we gave to 2 local food banks, to the Dorcas Thrift Shop and to Western Weight Crisis Ministry. We felt that is important for us to be able to do that. A number of years ago, right after we bought our property, the property had an old house on it. And we knew we were not going to be able to use it. And so the fire department contacted us and said, "Hey, can we use your house?" And so for about 2 years, they would run in and out of the house, putting fires out. And then eventually they put it all out. Today, they still come to the parking lot, and they drive in and they pull out hoses and they hook them up to the fire hydrant and they water our lawn as they are going through different exercises. And we're glad to see them there. It's a place where they can come. It's close to their station, and so they're able to come and do some exercises there. We have a beautiful property. And so many of the neighbors like to come and they walk around the church property. I joke, my father's an architect, and I say sometime when we have the money and we build 2 stories, and we're not looking to do that, we're going to have a glass elevator that looks out. Just because it is so nice. It's one of the great things about Cary. I moved from Houston, not quite as delightful. Great place, great people, but the view is not the same. With this process, we had to have a meeting with the neighbors, and we tried to explain what we were doing and why we were doing it. And we probably didn't do as good a job because they had some concerns with this. And one of the concerns was runoff, rain issues, water issues. And in the mid-2000s, as we were beginning to build, and we were working on our parking lot, there was a big rain, and it flooded a few homes, not in the homes, but the yards. And so we have been very aware of that, and I gave you all a packet in there, and I think on page 4 is our letter from our current architect in it saying that we have been talking about making sure that does not ever happen again. We want Phil Keister from Tice Keister is our architect, and we don't want anything like that to happen again. We also have hosted several concerts on the lawn. We have our church is blessed with wonderful musicians. We have jazz music at our services, so we've invited the community to come. We provide a free meal, and we sing and play, and realize that there has been some concern about noise. We've never, as long as I've been there, we've never had anybody complain, but that was one of the complaints. Certainly, during our meeting, people talked a little bit about property values, and what is going to happen to their property. And most of our neighbors that live right here, right beside us on Citrus and Partheni, are longtime neighbors. They have been there for just a little bit longer than we have owned the property. And those home values have gone up over $100,000 on average, all of them. So we think that by being here as a church, we're not only trying to be good neighbors, but we are increasing the value of their home. So I come to you and I ask that you would accept our application for office and institution with the religious use exemption. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bierman, you've completed your comments? Yes. Okay. This time I'll open up, excuse me, the public hearing and invite the first speaker forward. Move to your left, please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tina Belmaggio. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I live in 108 Partheni Court. My husband was going to be the spokesperson for our group, but he's sick today. So I'm sorry, I'm going to read something, but I'd like to say I've been a Cary resident for 25 years, and we love living here. And we've been 17 years ago. We bought my home in Berkeley subdivision, and been very happy there. Now I need glasses. We object, and there were like 10 names on our petition of other homeowners, and there's 4 homeowners tonight that I know about in our subdivision. We object to the zoning map amendment. We disagree with contentions provided in items 4 or 5 of the criteria for consideration of rezoning, which state 4, a rezoning is unlikely to have significant adverse impacts on the natural environment, including air, water, noise, stormwater management, wildlife, and vegetation. And number 5, a rezoning will not have significant adverse impacts on property in the vicinity of subject property. We provide the following points in support of our concerns, since the property owners stated at their church meeting with the neighborhood, with the nearby residents, that they want greater latitude to make changes with less oversight from the town of Cary and others. We are very concerned that a rezoning change to office and institutional conditional will inappropriately remove the needed oversight that will protect us due to the natural topography of the site. We have had very negative prior experience with the property owners and their contractors making grading changes that radically alter the drainage patterns, which upon the first heavy rain adversely flooded and damaged ours and adjacent properties. Not obvious or clear from the provided vicinity map is that the church property is at a significant higher elevation than all of the properties located on the west side of the site. This is an important fact, is not recorded in the site characteristics section of the petition posted on the Town of Cary website. Prompt and effective intervention and corrective actions by a Town of Cary engineer were required in that previous problem in order to upgrade the drainage issues and provide an acceptable long-term solution for the parking lot grading runoff. We fear that allowing a zoning change to office and institution would permit the property owner even greater latitude to make technically uninformed changes with even less oversight. We fear that office and institution zoning allowance would surely negatively impact those who are downhill and downstream, given the recent weather extremes we experience now. Changing the zoning would also reduce the oversight for potential changes to traffic flow in and out of the site. The redesigned widening of High House that includes a medium barrier requires some inflow and outflow church traffic to pass through Citrus Way and Partheni Court on the way back to High House. This important fact is not recorded in the site characteristics section of the petition posted on the town website. A town traffic engineer has previously and effectively weighed in on both traffic volume and direction issues from the property parking lot. We fear that a change to office and institution conditional would reduce the oversight from the Town of Cary to minimize the impact of traffic on neighborhood streets. The property owners have held several outdoor events in the past couple years using some form of amplification on the side of the site adjacent to that of the homeowners. Changes to the property that might prod these events to be located in even closer proximity to the adjacent housing is highly undesirable. We fear that a change to office and institution would reduce the oversight from the town of Cary to minimize the impact of increased noise and outdoor events. Note that the decision to widen High House only in the direction of the Berkeley subdivision and site neighborhood properties away from Wellesley has adversely and incrementally raised the background noise level from traffic. We are concerned that a rezoning will provide the property owners even greater latitude to alter the size and density of the buffer vegetation along the west side of the property. While we assume that an existing 15-foot natural residential buffer vegetation would remain, we feel such a narrow buffer is too small for office and institutional conditional zoning. And when I was looking at the staff report, there's a column where it says existing zoning for R40, and it says side yard setback is 15 feet, but the proposed office and institutional CO, it says none. And rear yard setback says 25 feet, and...
I'm sorry to have to interrupt you, but your time's expired.
Okay.
If you have additional comments that you would like for us to see, if you could give them to the town clerk, she'll make sure that we get a copy of them.
Or somebody
Or
can
you
finish
can
your
email
remarks.
them, or someone else can finish your comments.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh. Next speaker, please.
Mayor Weinbrecht, members of council, my name is John Sokash. I live at 1917 Carpenter Upchurch Road. That's the lot 11 of the Upchurch subdivision, which is the property across the railroad tracks bordering the low density. Now, my wife and I attended the meeting on August at the church, and eventually in that discussion with the town, or with the church members, what it came out was that the town planning personnel was pushing the church to change the zoning from residential to office and institutional, I'm sorry. Now, my wife and I are firmly opposed to the change of the zoning because it just about eliminates all the buffers and restrictions that would be on the property. And we don't consider the restriction to keep the property as office and institutional set aside for religious use enough to be to guarantee what will happen in the future. We're concerned about what the O&I zoning would again do for property values and privacy. Now, please understand, we don't oppose the church's desire to expand. We applaud their desire to add space. We want to see them grow. What we have a problem with is trusting the town of Cary to do the right thing, both now and in the future. Now, we have submitted a protest petition, and on that, I'm reading from it, there's no good reason to change the zoning from R40. The citizens are suspicious of the town of Cary's motives in telling the church to do so. What we really want you to do is work with the church to help them get their expansion built within the existing R40. Now, why do I come forward and say that we don't trust the town of Cary? I'll give you several specific examples. On Billy Upchurch's property, which is to the north of ours, 200-foot cell tower was built, and we received absolutely no, repeat, no notification that that was going in. A second instance has been the repeated problems that we have had with heavy rain coming down from the Carpenter Upchurch High House Road intersection. I wish you could have been in my basement a few days ago mopping up about 60 gallons of water when all that water came down from the intersection over the top of the ditch into our front yard. The front yard of our house looked like it was a ship moving through water. Now, this happened in 2007. That road was reworked by the town of Cary. And at that time, our well was collapsed. We had a major difficult time, and I had to get the Department of Insurance with the state involved to get the contractor to pay for re-drilling out our well. In addition to that, we were promised by the town engineer of Cary that we would have sidewalks, curbing, and guttering installed to make sure that problem did not happen. That was in 2007. It still hasn't happened. We're still dealing with water coming down off the bridge and the road through our front yard. So this is the reason why we just simply do not trust the town of Cary. And if I have to be very blunt about it, the town of Cary government has a credibility problem with a lot of the public. So again, we're not opposed to the church expanding. We welcome that. What we don't want is the office and institutional zoning change, because again, we don't feel that that offers any guarantees about what the future holds for the property. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Kelly McBride. I'm a resident of Berkeley Subdivision, and I'm going to finish my neighbor's paragraph that she was going to read, and then I'll make a couple comments on my own. Thank you for listening to us. It says here, we are also concerned that any of the previous described issues could occur if sufficient town of Cary oversight was not retained. And would potentially alter the perspective of those who might want to purchase the residential properties at some point in the future. Allowing the church property to be rezoned to office and industrial with CU could no doubt increase the resale value of the church's property and might make the church more likely to sell and move elsewhere. But it would decrease the values of the nearby residential properties. Retaining the current religious zoning designation, in our view, is appropriate and not unduly burdensome to the church planning. Retains the level of town of Cary oversight that already exists for residential properties and would not adversely impact the current value structure of the nearby neighborhoods. That's the end of her things. I myself, living near the church, that the church has been a great neighbor. I don't have any problems with the church. I've actually seen their plans and went to their original meeting. I like the plan that they have out. I think it's doable. I have no problems with them actually expanding and building. But I am actually one of the property owners that is directly affected by this. My property backs up to their property. And I do have a major concern with the buffers, because from what I can read with the town of Cary, if we switch it to office and industrial, we would not have a buffer any longer. And that's just not acceptable because we would be able, there's a lot of wildlife back there that uses all the vegetation that's there now. We kind of want to keep that. It keeps our property values and noise down for having those buffers. There's also the drainage issue. I know he brought it up. My property was one that was flooded on the side yard and through my garage. So I don't hold that against the church at all. It happened. It was not their intention for it to happen, but we do want to not do anything to the property that would allow that to happen in the future. There's a lot of drainage that runs basically from their parking lot straight down the back of our properties, and also from the creek that's in the back of their property toward our properties again. It's just kind of like a big funnel. I would like to see them actually build their expansion. It's very nice, it's very well done. It would be a benefit to everyone, I think, as long as everyone can kind of have what they want. We want to keep our property values up. We want our houses not to be flooded. And we want vegetation, which is basically what we have now. And we're thinking that if they change it to office and industrial, no one can ever say, they're saying that they do have good intentions of staying there forever. I believe them. But life has a way of changing. And we never know what's going to happen in the future. They may have to sell. We don't know. So we are just trying to cover ourselves and our property values so that if something happens down the road, we don't have a gas station built right behind a house or, a big two-story building. And we just want there to be restrictions for them to have, if they want to build something later on, that they can't just go ahead and build it. They have to do this again, and they have to ask our permission, and they have to have some hearsay, we have to be able to have hearsay on what they're doing so that it doesn't affect our values. But other than that, I like their plans. I think it's very nice. And I really wish we wouldn't have to have gone through this whole thing and could have come to some kind of way of helping them out instead of changing the zoning. Because I think it all comes down to maybe just the fact that they're trying to save money. And I mean, I'm a citizen, I like to save money too. I understand they want to save money, but I don't think it's fair for the church to want to save a few $1,000s at the expense of possibly all of our property values along, the 7 or 8 homes that are directly affected by it. Anyway.
I'm sorry, your time has expired as well.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Greg Weeks. I live at 100 Java Court in Cary. I do live on the corner of Java Court and Sir Walker in the Berkeley subdivision. I'll keep my comments very short, but I have 2 concerns. I echo the concern of the previous gentleman regarding changing the zoning and the zoning change, and will it stay that way for a long time, and if something happens in the future, my concern is that it could develop into something beyond church use. If you look at this particular area, it is a heavy residential neighborhood, and changing the zoning, I don't believe fits into a residential neighborhood. My second concern is my wife and I purchased this property in 2003, and we've seen a tremendous amount of growth and development along High House from 55 to Cary Parkway. And I understand that the church expansion is not that big, but we're about to see an explosion on High House with the 2 developments coming on stream at Davis and High House. I think we're going to see an explosion in traffic, and anything that contributes additionally to more traffic on High House, and especially at Sir Walker, where we have a difficult time even getting across High House Road, and many times during the morning and the evening, this just adds to that difficulty. So I wanted to express my 2 concerns. I appreciate your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing?
Hello, my name is Lynn Young, and I'm the founding member and currently the clerk of session at Cornerstone Presbyterian Church. I have been a Cary resident for 32 years. I am speaking in response to the rezoning protest petition from our neighbors at Berkeley, located at Partani Court and Citrus Place. It has been Cornerstone's desire to be good stewards of our community. We have tried to include our neighbors in church activities by sending invitations to our yearly events such as Christmas and Easter services and our yearly concert on the lawn. The concert on the lawn was initiated as a get-together with our neighbors to meet church members, share hamburgers and hot dogs, ending in a group sing-along. The sing-along generally lasts about 20 minutes, and the entire event is over by 8 p.m. We have met several of our neighbors from Wesley and Berkeley at these events and have never received any complaints in the past regarding the concert on the lawn. And this event is located on the railroad side of the building, away from Berkeley. Extending the offer of friendship and fellowship to them is our goal. Another outside event is our yearly live nativity display put on by our church youth. The performance occurs 3 times within an hour and a half time span beginning at 5 p.m. There is very gentle singing of Christmas hymns with no musical accompaniment. and that is on the Berkeley side. Cornerstone feels blessed that our neighbors feel comfortable using our property to walk their dogs and hike the backfield. Their children use the parking lot to play games and skateboard. Neighbors use our parking lot to travel to their homes, as well as using it for their own overflow parking. I do not believe we have ever asked any of them to stop doing this. The decision to have access from our parking lot across through Berkeley via Citrus Way and Petheny Court was not one that Cornerstone pursued, but rather a requirement of the town of Cary at the time of the original site plan. It has turned out to be a convenience for Berkeley residents. Our building committee has worked diligently with the architect in developing a plan for expansion of our building to be aesthetically agreeable with the existing building. The addition will be well within the 40-foot buffer between the church building and Berkeley, and this 40-foot buffer was established when we built the church. Very little grading will be necessary because that was completed when the original building was built, as approved by the town of Cary. We do not perceive that the zoning change will give us any great latitude in making property changes with less oversight from the town. All future construction would require building permits. Cornerstone will continue to work with our neighbors with a Christian heart, and we pray that they will continue to welcome us in the community as partners in growing Cary in a responsible way. Thank you for letting me voice my opinion. I request that the town of Cary Town Council approve Cornerstone's rezoning application. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is George Falston, and I have lived in Cary 26 years. I am also a proud member of Cornerstone Presbyterian Church. I have served the church in many capacities, including being chair of the first building committee and am currently the building committee chairman today. I want to personally respond to the issue raised by our neighbor's protest petition regarding drainage from our original build. We did have a difficult experience during our initial grading of the land, as I would assume maybe a lot of folks do. It did cause some drainage into Berkeley. As soon as it was brought to our attention, we worked diligently to resolve the issue with the town, and to my knowledge, we have never had an existing drainage issue since. As we plan for a new wing, the architect, the building committee, and myself have all worked hard to be sure we review the drainage to alleviate any problems during the building process and after its completion. We don't believe this will be an issue like it was in the past, because the parking lot and the land near Berkeley will not be disturbed with the current construction plan. I was at the public hearing, and no matter what the results of the zoning are, I am happy to meet with any neighbor to hear and discuss any future concerns. I respectfully ask the council to work with us to pass this rezoning request so that we can get moving on our much needed addition. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Bill Allman. I'm a resident of the notification area next to Cornerstone Church. Lived there for 4 years and been a resident of Cary for 30 years. I just wanted to come and talk about my experience with the church. I walk my dog there almost every morning. It's always well kept. The garden is kind of nice to see, and the service that they provide to the community. when I got the notification, I was kind of going, why is this a concern at all? That was my first reaction to it, because, hearing about the expansion of their facility made sense, and I think that they will be very responsible in, that construction, putting the facilities in place that they need. I think there's a very low risk of this becoming any kind of business, because I haven't seen many churches and their properties get converted into businesses, period, in Cary. I'm not sure how many occurrences there might have been of that, but I view that as a low risk. I think they're responsible. I'm not a member of the church, but I know some of the members of the church, and when I think of the church, I think of them as my neighbor, and I trust them as my neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Town Council. My name is Ben Brooks. I live at 116 Freehold Court in the Preston Village subdivision. I've been fortunate enough to be a member of Cornerstone Presbyterian for 6 years. I have a little bit of a unique perspective. I have lived in North Carolina all my life. I've been in the Triangle since I was 13 years old. So I've seen this growth. I've seen on one end stagnation. I've seen on the other end uncontrolled growth. And I'm looking for something in the middle, and I think we found it in Cornerstone Presbyterian Church. We're not out to build an industrial park or apartment complexes. We're looking to build a church, a spiritual center for our community. I've had the wonderful job the past few years of being Finance Committee Chairman. There's nothing better than talking about religion and money. I can tell you, just like any startup, we've had our challenges. But we have a very, very caring congregation that cares about our congregation internally as well as our neighbors externally. You haven't heard anyone here say a dissenting comment about the church itself. It's been about a distrust of government, and that's completely out of our control. But I think if we manage our individual house and keep it in order, we'll build a church that we all can be proud of. At this point, with the addition, the total project, if you look at the building itself, will be less than 1/4 of an acre on a roughly 13 and a half acre plot. That's respectable construction with a care for the environment. So one of the major reasons we looked at the special use permit was simply cost. I can tell you as a 501c3, we take every dollar seriously and we put it to the best possible use. There's nothing left typically at the end of the day. We're beefing up staff, adding programs. And with that, after talking to the banker, and I've had the chance to do a lot of the financing, we found that this was probably the best avenue for us today and in the future. So I want you to look at us as a congregation, look at our past record, and look at our desire for the future. Thank you, and I hope you'll approve the new zoning.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Town Council members. I'm here to speak to you tonight. My name is John Nichols, as a member of the Cornerstone congregation. My wife and I first started attending Cornerstone about 3 years ago. She was 8 months pregnant. We were still looking for a church. We had, at the recommendation of a coworker, decided to come check it out. And I can tell you, as someone who's moved around a lot over his life and attended many different churches, the welcome we received there was just something very special. We kind of knew right away that we would fit right in. So 3 years later, we're still here. We're very happy to be there, very active in the community garden that Pastor Thrower was talking about, and that's been unique to me as well. I've never been at a church environment that even had something like that, much less where there was that interaction with the neighbors that we have there. So I feel very fortunate for that. I can completely understand a lot of the concerns that have been voiced tonight. as someone who has, for example, a commercial property in the lot immediately behind us, I kind of wish that was a church, honestly. But I feel like some of that is coming from the misunderstanding, potentially, of the way this zoning works, and zoning being sort of a scary term. And I feel like the church's decision to intentionally seek out the conditional use provision is an essential indicator of our intent over the years. And I hope that's taken into consideration. That I think that maybe need to be adequately explained to everyone as they get to be more informed about this process. We very much need the additional building area that this will provide, and I think, if anything, as the concerns have been voiced about the finances are very valid, and in my mind, that is really what's driving the long-term need for the rezoning, to not have to go through the special use permit process every so often. As someone who works for an architecture firm, I can see that burden that causes is very difficult to deal with. So I feel like that is actually really what's the long-term needs are what's driving us. I don't feel like it's going to cause any less town oversight. Obviously, we still have to comply with any and all environmental laws and regulations, and that's something I care very deeply about. So I feel like this isn't to give us unchecked latitude or to change now or in the future any kind of land use. Would always remain a religious assembly unless something drastic did happen in the future. Obviously, that future property owner would have to come back to you and petition for rezoning if they did not want it to be a church. And I think that likelihood is very, very slim. So just appreciate the forum that you've given us to voice our perspectives and actually to hear from our neighbors too, so we start to understand one another better. And I hope that we can move forward with this rezoning in a successful manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mr. Mayor, Town Council, it's good to see you and appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight. My name is Brenda Carroll. I'm a resident of Cary, business owner, as well as proud to be a member of Cornerstone Church. Some of you know that I own a real estate company, so when the subject of values came up in the petition, along with other times when we've had the conversation, I've made the comment to our pastor and to a couple other folks, do you realize that when we go to office and industrial with conditional use, also putting the burden on us of saying religious assembly, that we are dramatically changing the value of our property? Because let's face it, it's about supply and demand, and you have much less demand for a property that is for religious assembly only. You know what I love about Cornerstone? The attitude was, it doesn't matter because that's not what God put us here for. What we're here for is to be a part of this community. We are to do the work that we're supposed to be here for. We've taken on a very big nut with this big mortgage, with this large parcel of property, and we are going to do the things that we are here for, and we're not going to worry about the zoning piece of it because we're not moving. We're not going anywhere. We're here to stay. That's character, and that's why I'm there, and that's why I think a lot of us are there, is because it's about the integrity. Take it a step further. I get it with our neighbors about worrying about buffers and things like that. I think there's a lot of misconception. You know as well as I do, when it comes to real estate, there is an awful lot of emotional reaction involved. There's comments about a 15-foot buffer. I don't think some folks realize that we have a 40-foot buffer in place. We have left a 40-foot buffer in place. It's an A buffer. We have every intention, and we have made the commitment. It can be in there as a special condition that even when this is rezoned, hopefully, that it will have that 40-foot buffer as a special condition to it where it is up against Berkeley. We don't have a problem with that because as a good neighbor, we think that that should be there for them. I, for one, as a real estate agent, I'm going to take off this hat and put on that hat for a minute. As a real estate agent, with the size of the lots that we're selling today, if you give me the size lot that's in Berkeley and tell me that I'm going to abut to a piece of land that has a 40-foot buffer to it before anything else, that's a winner to me. That's not a negative to my property value. That's a positive to my property value. So I think we're sad because we've reached out so much to our neighbors, and we feel bad because they felt the need to put a petition together in regards to this. So obviously, there's not a good enough job in communication. We're open to have those communications continue. We ask you to be open to have those continue. And I think that the other thing that has got to continue to be out in front is we're not changing our direction. The zoning, the ordinances changed, which changed what we were allowed to do with this big parcel we purchased. So we are reacting to those changes that came about from Cary. We're very welcoming and very lovingly want to work with you, to work with them on making sure that they're at peace with this and that we can move forward, because we really need to have this addition happen, and we really don't have the time to wait, and we really are trying to be faithful folks to the financial side of this as well. We tried to make sure that you had a very comprehensive package tonight. We've tried to make sure that you also had all of the petitioners' questions answered in that package, and if you have any questions, we're all here to answer them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else to speak at this public hearing? I'll close the public hearing, and before I turn it over to council, I want to ask Ms. Bierman some questions. And I strongly encourage the applicants and the neighbors to meet once, at least once, if not several more times, before it goes to Planning and Zoning Board. But in those meetings, do staff normally attend those, or can they normally attend those, or that's not normal at all?
Normally, staff does not attend the meetings that are held between, with those negotiations between the applicant and the property owners. That's not part of our process. If that was,
There's a lot of misinformation and mistrust, which I'm going to get to in a minute. And I was just trying to...
we could certainly, if that was a request, I think we could certainly do that.
Okay. And if not, and if that's not a good use of staff time, I'll certainly volunteer, and I'm guessing other council members would be glad to help out, especially the district rep will be glad to.
District now? It
used to be my district, it's now her
I was
district.
thinking it was your district.
No, 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Well, it's our district, too.
Yes, it is. That's why I said. But we'd be glad to help out in this. And now I want to ask a question. This is a conditional use for a religious assembly. If they sold it and it wanted to become a gas station of someone, they have to come back for rezoning and start the whole process over again. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, if they were to try to go to a use such as a gas station, I think that would be a use, not only would a rezoning be required, but comprehensive plan amendment would be required even to get to a rezoning to allow that type of district.
And that gets back to the other point, the misunderstanding and mistrust. And I'm really sad to hear that this gentleman doesn't trust us. And I want to personally guarantee you, if you send me every one of your issues, I will make sure they get answered. They will get addressed before the Planning and Zoning Board, because I don't want you sitting there not trusting your government. That is not okay. I want you to get your answers to your questions. They might not be the answers you want to hear, but I want you to understand why each and everything happens. And I can promise you, our town manager, his staff will get you the answers, and we'll understand why these things are happening. And if there's an issue, we'll address it. But please contact us. Don't feel like you don't trust your government, because we want to solve that problem. And in the meantime, again, the church people, the neighbors have got to get together, because there's a lot of information that's doing this. and there's a lot of misunderstanding. And there's meetings that need to take place, and I'm getting emotional on this almost.
Yeah.
Probably just stop and turn it over to our district.
I'll be happy to pick up this ball. Ms. Bierman, can you tell me whether the zoning affects the amount and type of town oversight for site development, traffic impacts, and noise?
No, there are a couple of points that I think I can clarify, if I may, based on the comments. First, with regard to the zoning with the conditions that have been requested, the use for religious assembly is the only use that would be allowed. So any other use would require another rezoning through this same process. With regard to the standards, stormwater, those types of issues, regardless of whether it's rezoned or goes through a different process available under the current zoning, all of those standards and requirements are the same basic standards that are required. With regard to stormwater, and we have other staff here that can expand this if needed, but my understanding is with regard to stormwater that we actually have more restrictive standards now than we had back in 2006. So there's more, we have more standards now than we had at that time. And all of those, when any site plan would come in for the expansion of the church, all those requirements are automatically addressed. With regard to building setbacks, I know when you compare the two districts, there was mention of the 15-foot setback required now, and with the non-residential use or non-residential district, the setback is 0. Whereas that's true, I mean, strictly looking at a building setback, the buffer requirement is actually greater. If this was developed for a residential use, for example, at the same density of the surrounding development, there would be a 20-foot type B buffer within the back of the building lots adjacent. In this case, because of the type of use that it is and the adjacent use, there is a 40-foot opaque buffer required along both sides that abut the subdivision. That's the case now. That will continue to be the case. So even though it's not a setback, that is preempted by a 40-foot buffer. So
just to follow up, my point in asking that was not to speak for or against this request, but to simply hope that the folks who come in good faith to talk about this and those who are watching at home don't either turn off the television or leave with misinformation. I think that's really critical, and I appreciate your explanation.
And the one other point with regard to the process that I would point out, and I know this can be confusing sometimes, but under the current regulations, or under the current R40 district, with what we have in place now, if the church wants to expand, they can only do that through the special use permit process. It's quasi-judicial. It's still a public hearing process, but it's a different type of process. And basically, with that, in requiring it to be quasi-judicial, the council is basically saying in this district, in the R40 district, a church, or in this case, the expansion of the existing church, may be appropriate in the R40 district. Maybe, maybe not. It's very dependent on the specific parcel, and through the special use permit, you look at that parcel through the quasi-judicial process to determine if that use is appropriate in this particular case. There may be some R40 districts where a church on less than 20 acres is appropriate, and there may be some R40 districts where it's not appropriate, and you get to make that choice on a case-by-case basis. The fundamental change that would happen if this rezoning is approved is with the O&I district, the church or the religious assembly is allowed by right. So you would be making the statement, if it's O&I, that religious assembly is allowed by right. You don't need to have a special use process to determine if the use is appropriate. And in this case, it's expansion of the use since the primary facility is there. So I hope that clarifies a little bit why the two procedural differences are in place, and I think that seems to really be at the heart of some of the discussion tonight.
Ms. Robinson?
Are you done?
I was just going to say, O&I is office and institutional, not office and industrial. I think that's important to know, too, because you think industry, you think manufacturing plant and things like, just important to know what those initials stand for. Thank you, Ms. Robinson.
All right. You know, several of us were on the board when we made the decision to make religious institutions special use, and the reason why is because neighbors of these parcels had concerns about expansion, and we see that all the time. The church I go to just took down 2 houses to add to its parking lot, and those kind of things scare people. So that's the reason why we made it the special use. Listening to this case, I really see that there's a win-win here, but it's all based on trust. And the problem where I see the trust breaking down in this case is that the neighbors do not have the assurances in place with this rezoning that what you say you're going to do is what's actually going to happen. And that's not to say that you will not follow through. But when we rezone land, that rezoning goes with the land. It doesn't go with the organization or the 501c3 that occupies the land at that time. It goes with the land. So we have to make sure that there are assurances in place in perpetuity for the adjacent residents. So with that comment, what I would really encourage you all to do is, as the mayor mentioned, get back together. Look at your rezoning conditions, because I've heard some things tonight that you're saying that you're going to do that sound great and would probably give confidence to the people that live adjacent, but you haven't codified that or suggested to codify that in the rezoning. Talking about, I think one of the people, maybe Mr. Brooks, mentioned that a small portion of the land would be used for construction, that a large portion of it would be remaining pervious. That would be something that I think you could include as a condition, you know, how much space will be used for pervious surface versus, excuse me, impervious surface versus pervious surface. So I think that you could still proceed and have success with the neighbors if you tightened up those conditions. By doing that, what you would really be doing is saying that if you then later came back with another expansion, let's say you enlarged your parking lot significantly or you added a lot more of building space that might worry those neighbors, you would be committing yourself to coming back in for a rezoning. Still less arduous than going through a special use process, especially now that the state requires us to do it as a quasi-judicial, but it would give the confidence to the neighbors that as you go forward with your building, you're doing it in a way that will be measured and deliberate and will not someday go beyond the scope that they trust you're going to go with today. So that would be my recommendation, and I think you have time here before it gets to P&Z to meet with the neighbors and try to see if you can earn the trust, the mutual trust between both of you that what you're doing is going to work. So that would be my recommendation to these two groups here.
Okay. Comments from this end?
I think most everything's already been said. Initially, this makes sense. I agree with some of the other comments that have been made. As somebody that lives right down the street from a church, I don't think you could ask for a better neighbor. The office and institutional was kind of one of my comments. It's institutional, not industrial. I mean, it could be a church or a school, but they're putting a condition on it saying religious assembly, so it can only be a church. Obviously, the neighbors here are using the church grounds just like a lot of my neighbors and my family use the church grounds near our house. They're really only at the church a couple days a week, and I think Wednesday evenings or Tuesday evenings, so it's a great neighbor to have. So I too would encourage everybody to work together, because it's going to be a win-win. I fully trust the applicant and the congregation. That's my comments.
Other comments? Just so people know the process, we're going to forward this to the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. Do we have a date on that?
If there's going to be additional meetings, then that would probably need to be, rather than the November meeting, it would be the December meeting. in order to allow enough time to go through that meeting process and then prepare a staff report to reflect that.
And so if there's a change or an additional condition between now and then, there will be a public hearing
There would be,
at the Planning and Zoning
yes,
Board.
more than likely at least in December, and then that would be advertised, so the same people that received notices before would receive that again, and the property would be posted.
So just to be clear, this goes to the Planning and Zoning Board in December. If changes are made, then there will be a public hearing. And I think the applicant has an issue with the timing of that.
Yeah, we would like to request that it stay as a November.
Could you come to the microphone, please?
We would like to request that it stay on the November docket, and we believe that we have the time with our neighbors so close that we can work something out. I mean, we have wonderful neighbors, and so we'd like
The
to.
timing's not yours that we're worried about. We're worried about staff being able to prepare a report which will reflect your changes in any agreements or whatever. How much time do you need?
If that meeting could take place and all, everything could be resolved within the next week, then I think that would, because of advertising time, I don't have an exact schedule with me, but I'm hopeful that within a short time frame of a week or less for getting any final conditions and being able to prepare those materials, that we should be able to work with that to stay on track if that can happen.
And that's a short
quickly.
timeline.
That is a short timeline, and if we can do it, we would love to, and if we can't, we understand that we would need to push it back.
And I'll be glad to work with them to get some exact dates for how, for kind of what the exact dates are to try to work with them. I'll be glad to, help facilitate meetings as well to try to
And for all involved, if you don't understand what we're talking about, or if you have questions, please email me. Don't let the mistrust get in there. Email me, we'll get you the answer, we'll explain everything to you and make sure you understand what's going on, because that's our intention. We're totally open, we're honest, we have a great staff, and we want to serve you. That's what we're sitting here for. So please let us know of any questions, no matter how silly you might think they are. Let us know and we'll get them answered for you. Anything else to add?
That's
Okay. And so unless there's objection from council, we will forward this on to the Planning and Zoning Board right now, scheduled for November. And if there is an issue, then we're going to move it back to December. If it does hit the November meeting, when would it come back to council for a vote?
That would be at your December meeting.
We would vote on it in December. So just to be clear on that, if it goes to Planning and Zoning Board in November, council will see it at our only meeting in December, and we'll vote on it at that time.
That's correct, assuming the planning board makes its recommendation.
Right,
at that
unless
time,
they
yes.
table it or something. Okay, very good, thank you. And thank you all for coming and expressing your thoughts. They're very important to us. We're going to now move to our third rezoning. It's item E3, the Ogburn property rezoning public hearing. Ms. Grannon of our staff will present the request. We're going to hear from the applicant. We're going to open a public hearing, and anyone who would like to speak about this rezoning will be allowed to speak. Council will not take action on this item tonight. Instead, we're going to refer it to our Planning and Zoning Board. Ms. Grannon.
For your consideration is a request to rezone approximately 18.49 acres located in the vicinity of Penny Road and Killingsworth Drive. Subject property is shown here, highlighted in yellow, north of Penny Road. Here's an aerial view of the subject property showing the existing conditions on the property. The center parcel, which is the home place of Mr. Ogburn, one of the applicants, is developed with a single-family detached homes. There are 2 vacant and wooded parcels adjacent to that property, and a small sliver of property that is vacant adjacent to one of those parcels. Cary's land use plan designation is low-density residential. The existing zoning is R40 for the center parcel and R12 for the parcels adjacent to that. The proposed zoning is residential 20, conditional use. Conditions proposed by the applicant would require a minimum lot width of 100 feet and a minimum roadway setback for the internal roads of 35 feet. Notification was mailed to property owners within 400 feet of the subject property. The property was posted and advertised. Staff has heard a number of neighborhood concerns on this over the past several months. When the applicant first came in and met with staff, there was a proposal to consider R8 zoning on the property, and staff advised the applicant that that was not going to be harmonious with the existing neighborhood. And the applicant listened and responded and met with the neighbors and heard concerns from the neighborhood. There was also concerns about buffering requirements between lots, quality of development, street network, and connectivity requirements. And an issue was raised about adherence to previous zoning conditions that were placed on the surrounding property and the subject property in 1993. And those zoning conditions required that lots with public sewer be a minimum lot width of 100 feet, minimum lot area of 20,000 square feet, and have a 35-foot streetscape buffer along Penny Road. The applicant came back and offered all of those conditions, but staff advised that that 35 feet along Penny Road wasn't applicable because we would require them to provide a 50-foot streetscape along Penny Road. So they did not offer that as a condition because the ordinance is more restrictive. They did, however, offer to provide conditions that would match the other existing ones. There is a stream buffer, according to Cary's GIS maps, in the center of the property, which would require field determination at the time of site plan review. And this shows the location of a street side trail along Penny Road in the vicinity of the property. Penny Road, as I mentioned, is a thoroughfare, so it would require that 50-foot streetscape buffer. And there are no existing or proposed transit routes in the immediate vicinity of the property. At this time, I would like to ask the applicant to come forward to speak to the request, and then staff is available for your questions following the public hearing.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council.
Hey, stranger.
Hello. One thing this does not, my name is Matthew Danielson, and I'm on behalf, here on behalf of KF Navy and Homes. One thing this does not show is the perimeter of Royal Glen, and on the other side of the perimeter, it actually shows in the land plan as R12, 12,000 square foot lots. So when KF Navian moved forward with this idea, reasonably, they thought 12,000 square foot lots, because that's what the land plan says, with 8,000 square foot lots in the interior. When we had our neighborhood meeting, about 60 residents suggested otherwise. So we went back and said, well, let's make the whole thing 12,000 square foot lots. That seems reasonable. Well, not to all the neighbors. So we went back again and said, well, let's make it 20,000 square foot lots, like for like. What you have is what we're going to build. 100 width lots, we'll do it. Everything that they've requested regarding the lot size, we said, okay. We've worked with their HOA board. In fact, their board asked us to join them, giving them architectural control over our homes. And we said, okay, no problem, we'll do that. They asked us to annex, and we said, sure, we want to work with you. We went from originally 31 proposed lots down to 20, which gives us a density of 1.1 per acre. Okay, I think we made our low density development there. And finally, where's my finally? I think that's it. I think we are absolutely working with, within the spirit of the neighborhood here. We're doing a down zoning from R12 to R20, and I'd be more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Danielson. Ms. Grannon, if you've completed your report, okay. We'll open up the public hearing for anyone who would like to speak on this rezoning, and I would invite the first speaker forward at this time.
Good evening. This is the first time I'm doing this, so I don't know if I'm going to get this right.
You give us your name?
Thank you. My name's Len Heshley. Some of you may have heard from me on this topic already.
Thank you.
I love the email capability. So I came here to talk about two specific issues, but I'm going to change it. I'm going to add a third issue based on what I've heard tonight. So the first and most concerning issue is when we had the neighborhood meeting a couple of months ago, there was some discussion about the transportation plan, I may have gotten that wrong, where they were proposing a road go through the center of the proposed development and come out Moreland Court, which is a cul-de-sac. I live on Moreland Court, so I'm very concerned over this. That would basically kill the cul-de-sac. It would also hurt our property values in that area as well. So this brings me to the change in my planned agenda, trust. So we had an HOA meeting to help novices like myself understand what this was all about. And we asked to see the plans. There are no plans. Well, first thing that came to mind is, how could the zoning council vote on something where there are no plans? I know I'm in business. I've been in business for over 31 years. And if I went into my boss saying, trust me, it doesn't work that way. So first and foremost, if there is an opportunity for that road to cut through and break that cul-de-sac on Moreland Court, I urge you not to approve this zoning. Next, I would urge you not to approve the zoning without a plan. I also suggest that if there's going to be trust with the development, with the plans and what we're doing here, share the plans with us. Don't tell us they're not available. Change the process. If that's the process that is in place in the town of Cary, it's broken, it's wrong. Okay, so let me go to my next issue. So in this particular development, where it's not a contained development, but it's right in the middle of an existing development, one of the concerns that I have is whether or not the resources are going to be available to complete the project, whatever that project might be, because we don't really know what it is at this point. And enough funds are made available in reserve to ensure the completion of the project so existing homeowners don't suffer. I think that that's a fair request, and I believe that if that process or that regulation does not exist in Cary, we should really consider adopting something like that. And I know that in the Regency development, there was just such a delay based on funding issues on that project. Again, it was a little less severe because it wasn't in a pre-existing development. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen of the council. I'm going to be extremely brief. I was glad to see that the zoning has been R20. Oh, I'm sorry, Bill Taylor.
Thank you.
I live at 103 Moreland Court. I'm Lenny's neighbor. And I talked to Deborah a week or so ago and heard the zoning had been changed. I have no problem with that at all. It's in compliance with the rest of the neighborhood. So I would like the forest to still stay there, but I've been there 15 years and it's probably a lot longer than I thought it was going to be there. I knew there was going to be housing. But again, to back up what Lenny was saying, I'm concerned about the access discussion that we're having. If that road comes through to us, Or there was another suggestion it could go straight out from us to Penny Road. I don't know what the probability of the different ones are, but that would be devastating, I think. First of all, it was built as a cul-de-sac. No guessing around about that. So that's what I anticipated and expected to see. So I just want to get that on the record, that all of us on that road are very concerned about turning that into a throughway, which will increase the traffic on a very short street. I think that would be bad for the neighborhood. And I think it would have a very negative effect on our property values. That's my only point. Thank you very much.
Next speaker, please. Anyone else for this? Oh, please.
Hello, my name is Brian Beal. I live at 407 Bridewell Court. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I was outside the notification radius, so I was not aware of the planned rezoning and development until I heard about it through a business associate. I'm an appraiser, but I have not analyzed this property. I'm not here as an appraiser. I'm here as a resident that lives in Windfall nearby. The previous speakers brought up good points. It would be very nice to see a plan. I think this property looks like it was maybe a remnant, and there was an original design. The road structure around it is, I'm wondering how they're going to tie into it. The owner certainly has a right to sell the land, and I'm not opposed to rezoning, but I think it would be very important to see what the plans are and how they suggest tying into it, and what are the streetscape buffers going to be, and just what they're planning. I went on the planning website. I tried to do as much research as possible, but I can't. There's no site plan. So, I'm not opposed to zoning change. I just would like to have an opportunity to review what the developer's planning in order to speak on it. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for this public hearing? We'll close the public hearing. Ms. Grannon, let's talk about the trust issues. We cannot require, well, first of all, rezoning is a use of the land, period. Nothing else unless the applicant wants to offer a condition. Why can't we, as a town, require a site plan? What would happen if we tried to do that?
Let me just back up just a little bit.
Review the site plan like we used to.
Right, in regard to the offering a condition, the applicant actually did try to offer some conditions barring connectivity, and staff explained that they could not do that. They could not set in stone where they would be putting roads, that we had requirements that would take place at the time of site plan that would look for connectivity to the north, south, east, and west. And within reason, we would take into consideration design elements at the time of site plan review. So
I'm going to try to address this, and I'm going to hope the town attorney, Ms. Grannon, will jump into this. The reason we have our processes is, one, because we are only allowed to do what the state authorizes us to do via Dillon's rule, and two, because of legal court cases, we have to structure our process so it's legal and we won't be sued. And that's why we have the process we have. If we could have it be more flexible, do more things, we would certainly do that. But that's why we have this process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. The cul-de-sac issue. Mm-hmm. If the council approved the rezoning and we did not see the site plan, could that cul-de-sac be interpreted as a stub out and a street go there?
It's possible. Yes, that's something that would be looked at the time of site plan. The possibility does exist to achieve connectivity for safety reasons. That's why that ordinance is there. What would happen would be the site plan would come in. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can get a better view of this here. Site plan would come in. Our planning staff and our engineering staff would look at the existing roads and look at the potential connection points. The applicant would talk to DOT and with engineering about whether or not a connection on Penny Road is allowed and permissible. They would look at whether or not there's an opportunity to do a connection from the cul-de-sac into the site. So all of those things, it's too early for us to be able to evaluate them at this point, but all of those things would be studied at the time of the development plan.
And the reason you said it's too early is because we're just talking about use.
Just
We're
the use,
not talking about
right,
anything
correct.
else.
Well, also, those things would still occur if it was to develop under its current zoning as well, R12 or the R40. We're still going to follow those same processes.
That's correct.
But I think it's important for the citizens to understand that the reason why they can't, one of the reasons why you can't put a statement about the connector to the cul-de-sac is because you're talking about a waiver, and our conditions have to be more restrictive than our
what's required,
ordinances,
correct.
rather than less restrictive. And that's, I think, an important nuance here. May I ask a question following up on your question?
Absolutely.
If the applicant wanted a waiver to putting that access point to the cul-de-sac, he could request that this come to council for
Through a
site plan review.
quasi-judicial.
Correct?
Correct.
Which would be quasi-judicial.
If he's not able to meet the connectivity requirements, then our staff would reject the site plan. I'm sorry, thought I heard somebody correcting me, was just checking. Our staff,
No one would dare.
our
We
staff-
agree with you.
Our staff would reject the plan and give the applicant the opportunity to ask council to grant a waiver, unless there were some topography issues that blocked the opportunity for connectivity that planning and engineering staff could determine. What we're hearing is that it's wanting to maintain the privacy of the cul-de-sac. And that's certainly, you can understand why the neighbors here
Oh, yeah.
who live on the cul-de-sac would have that expectation.
Yeah.
And
But
so-
then, when you have adjacent property and you need to have a safe route, that's what our staff will be looking at, is what is the safety issue for future development here to be able to have ingress and egress from the subdivision.
And so if it's not a quasi-judicial, the council will not see the site plan, how can the neighbors get involved?
The neighbors can see the plan. We send notification as soon as we've completed the initial review. When the plan is resubmitted for a second review, we mail notification to adjacent property owners within 400 feet. They're able to come in and see the plan. They're able to look at it on our electronic plan review website, and they can comment on it. There's no public hearing process, but they can see the plan and they can express concerns about it.
And they can actually come to our council meetings and speak if public speaks out on that issue.
Yes.
Even if we're not addressing it, they can contact council members.
Yeah, but I guess the question I have is, we used to review site plans as a matter of practice, and then we stopped doing it. And I understand at some point the state said that if we do review a site plan, it has to be a quasi-judicial process. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I completely understand the frustration that these citizens have, and many others that come through the process, because just because they're allowed to review the site plan and give their comments, there is no board such as ours that weighs that and gives those allowances. Your job is to adhere to the ordinances and policies that this council has given to you, and only we have the right to make those waivers. So if the applicant doesn't choose to make that waiver, but the citizens seriously want that waiver, they feel powerless because they have no process to go through. Now, so my follow-up question is, the mayor has said citizens are welcome to write to us if they feel strongly that something needs to be addressed in the site plan. Do we have the right to require that site plan to come to the council for a review, regardless of whether the applicant is asking for a waiver?
I'm not aware of a process for you to require it to come up for your review. Deborah, do you know of anything?
No, that's not occurred. I mean, that was the way we had done it years ago before this was introduced, but I think as a quasi-judicial process, I don't see how council could call for that, could.
There may be occasions when the planning director can defer a plan to you for quasi-judicial review. I'm not sure what the limitations on that are, but I'm not aware of any authority for you to call it forward.
We can
At any
certainly
time. So
research
even,
that.
we couldn't approve the rezoning predicated on site plan review by the council, which is what we used to do. Can we do that now?
We can look at that as this goes through the process as to whether that could be, if the applicant chose to make that a condition, if you could accept a condition like that.
Okay.
And one of the other options is we could approve or deny the rezoning, knowing all the possible things that can happen.
That's correct. This is completely at our discretion.
This will be our decision point at this time.
That's
It will be
right.
our only decision point. So if bad things can happen, we have to take that into consideration.
Right, right.
Okay.
Can I ask a quick question about the whole rezoning process? Sometimes we see, I don't want to call them a site plan, but Herndon Burt property, we often will get the rezoning with a pretty detailed map that's provided by the applicant.
Was that a mixed-use district?
One of the...
I don't think so. No, I don't
Because we
think
saw
we
it for
had.
Herndon Burt, which was a rezoning.
I don't think we had a site plan with that. No, there was no site plan with that. There
Maybe
were-
site plan isn't the right word, but it was a plan with the lots
It showed
and the
a buffer.
roads.
It showed a buffer. It didn't show individual lot layouts.
And a potential road on Highway
It
55.
showed the
and-
potential right-of-way connection. That was a special issue because there was public right-of-way required across the back of Mr. Herndon's property, and they had to show that they would not be hindering that potential connection. So it didn't show the network of roads through
It just
through the
showed
property.
access.
At
Because
that-
I can understand being, how as a citizen, if you
Yeah.
you use your free time and you watch Cary TV, sometimes you see some of the access roads, or you see some of these with some of the rezonings, and then you come to this rezoning, and you wonder, why am I not seeing as much as I wish I could?
Our planning director.
Council, you have a work session a week from tonight. Following your discussion at the retreat in January, one of the changes that was suggested was whether or not some sort of concept plan could be added, or either as an option or a requirement for a rezoning condition. So you're going to have that opportunity to discuss that next week.
Good.
Perfect timing.
We're so glad.
Thank you, Mr. Olmo.
Can I ask one quick question? I heard the applicant make 2 points about his project. One is that he's limiting it to 20 lots, and the second is that there'd be a minimum footage of 20,000 square feet. I don't see either of those conditions listed in here.
Yes, they are. He has offered zoning, R20 is 20,000 square feet required. So he didn't have to offer that condition, I'm sorry.
Except that if you have any kind of buffers, you can calculate the gross density down.
But you
right?
can't, his density, he mentioned his density, which was not what is in the staff report. So he could, and I didn't want to correct him. I was going to correct him after the meeting. But tell him that he had misspoken.
He doesn't. Mr. Dan.
If you'll notice in the staff report, the proposed zoning district on page 2, his gross density would be 2.17.
Yeah, that sounds
So he could certainly do that. He could certainly come back and offer a density that's less than that, if that's what he's doing. But he would be limited to 20,000 square feet for the lot size because of the zoning district.
Well, I would just say that I would feel much more comfortable voting on this if there was some condition that addressed what he has told the neighboring residents about 20,000 square foot per lot, or 20
Yeah, 20,000
lots.
square foot per lot he has to do because of the R20 zoning. So we wouldn't need a condition. R20 zoning means the minimum lot size is 20,000 square feet.
Why is that different from other ones that we get where people say, I'm doing R12, and then they end up with like 5,000 square foot lots because they had all these buffers and they calculate the gross density down?
They can only go
and-
the other way. If you ask for R12, then you can offer 18,000 square foot lots as a condition, but you can't ask for R12 and then get anything smaller than 12,000 square foot lots. Yeah, we can't
I'm coming into
be-
your office
we
this
can't
next
be-
week, and we'll talk about this.
can't be
'cause we're
less
seeing in Western
restrictive
Cary
than the
a
LDO, but
a
you can be
scrunching
more
down of
restrictive.
lot sizes. You know, and they say, oh, well, I saved these buffers, and then because of this and that, I can get my lot size down to,
I think what you may be referring to is something that we've shared with applicants when they come in and they ask for low-density residential, and then they ask for TR zoning.
okay.
That sounds more familiar
Okay.
to what we've seen. So
Okay.
they asked for low-density residential, and they're meeting the density limit, but then they've got a 6,000 square foot lot size.
Okay.
Then we
So it's
we
because
say to
they're
them,
going TR.
is this the intent of the low-density residential district? But if they come in and ask for R20 zoning, 20,000 square feet is the minimum lot size.
What about the 100-foot lot widths?
That exceeds LDO requirements, because the LDO would require an 80-foot lot width, 90 for a corner lot per the R20 zoning district, and so they're exceeding that, so that they're offering a zoning condition that's more closely matching the existing neighborhood.
Okay. I still feel more comfortable with that 20. If he's telling the neighbors there'll be 20 lots, I'd feel more comfortable.
Oh, yes, he can offer a condition to set a limit on the number of lots, absolutely. And if that's what was offered tonight, he's going to need to back that up in writing.
Okay.
Mr. Smith, you're all doing a good job of asking these questions. Saves me the time. The one question I thought I heard was, come up frequently, is they're offering not, to connect to that cul-de-sac, and we're saying they can't make that offer.
Is a zoning
Is there
condition.
any room there? I mean, the argument I hear is that you have to investigate all the safety considerations and everything else. Is there any way to, the applicant can work with the staff to demonstrate that, so we don't have to leave this group in angst all this time? I mean, it feels like we're so close in the sense that we've addressed a lot of the issues by the size of the lots and that. They're consistent with the surrounding community. It is a kind of odd infill because it was left there. We've addressed the concerns about, we can't do business plans. We have state laws and stuff like that, and things do happen when the economy is down where things get approved and they get stopped in the middle. We're not going to be able to change that. But it seems like the entire sticking point of this whole thing is the connector road. It's that simple. So, trying to put this in a nice way. To me, it seems like there should be some discussion, regardless of what the process is. There should be some discussion where staff could sit down with the applicant, and if there was a comfort level that those considerations that we strive for under connectivity can be achieved, we could give some assurance. I mean, just
And we are,
besides trusting.
we're obligated to follow the letter of the law with the ordinance, so that's where.
The letter of the law requires 2 entrances.
Connectivity to the north, south, east, and west.
4 comment.
Connectivity, right.
I thought it was 2. It's 4 connections.
Well, it's, and it may be a situation, well, there's also a connectivity index that needs to be met. So again, we're getting into site plan related
Right.
issues that really should be saved for the site plan.
But to Mr. Smith's point,
To-
this is the issue, and this is our decision point. So we have to consider all options. And so if we don't see options we like,
Well,
we have little choice.
This is something that is in our ordinance. It may be that you want to send direction that we look at the connectivity requirements in the land development ordinance.
Based on size of parcel. I don't know, it's kind of rough, because it's case by case. I mean, we look at some parcels where it's so evident that we need to have that connectivity, and then we look at other ones where we're like, this just doesn't make sense to put this in here. I mean, that's what this board is created to do, is to be that applier of common sense, to look at our laws and say, this is what we did, and we didn't really mean it for you guys, that kind of thing. So, I don't know. My hope is that the applicant will choose to come back through the process. Of course, it feels very punitive when it's quasi-judicial, to have to go through that, because he has to hire additional
expensive.
resources, expensive. And Time-consuming.
I also get the feeling that if staff were to recommend connection to the cul-de-sac, hearing the residents' opposition to that, they may very well come back to the council and ask for a waiver from that. So that is an option they have.
Yeah.
I mean, as much as we do get heartburn over the connectivity ordinance, it's there for a reason, and it has served Cary well over the years. And there are individual cases where sometimes it doesn't work, doesn't fit, and that's what that waiver process is for, so.
Other comments?
I just think that we're hiding behind the argument that it's a site plan issue. I think it's something that we should have dialogue, as you said. I believe that the applicant should be working with the staff on just understanding those requirements. You know, they didn't just fall off the turnip truck. They're trying to develop something. They understand safety. They have engineers. I got to believe 2 engineers can get together and talk regardless of if there's a site plan or not. And you know, I probably respectfully disagree somewhat on the benefits of that connectivity ordinance. I do think it is a mixed bag. I'm not quite sure I agree totally on how beneficial it is, but it's there, and I just hate to see something that is not smaller lots, something that somebody is willing to step up and be blend with the existing community.
District A is very jealous right now.
All right, never mind.
I would just add that, just to go back to what Mr. Frantz said, that was so on point. Even if this were not to be rezoned, the connectivity issues would remain.
Right.
And, you know, so I'm glad we're going to talk about this next week. It's very timely.
So what shall we do with this? Does this still go to the Planning and Zoning Board?
Yeah, I think it needs vetting there.
We can always table it.
No.
Okay. Just throwing that out there.
Well, you were really out there tonight, Mayor.
Other comments or questions before we send this on to the Planning and Zoning Board? Now, I know the 3 gentlemen out there that's been listening this to go back and forth are probably totally confused, and I have to admit some of us are probably confused as well. Questions you have, please contact us. We'll get you the answers. As soon as you have a question, fire off an email, call us, whatever you want to do. Let us know what your questions are. We'll get you the answers. As of right now, we're sending this to the Planning and Zoning Board for their review and their recommendation. And do you know what the date is on that, November?
It depends, again, on whether or not the applicant offers additional zoning conditions, which we did hear them offer tonight. So it could be December to allow time for us to get the affidavits and to do the notifications, and there would be a second public hearing. So it's really just a question of making sure everything can be in place.
Right. So
To possibly November, more likely December.
And so those are the 2 options. Please contact us, and we'll let you know. I'm not allowed to let you have additional dialogue, that's additional public hearing, but we will answer your questions. Send them all. I'll answer them tomorrow, or get somebody to answer them. We'll get your answers to your questions. And we do appreciate you coming out, and we do appreciate your concerns. And I'm sure Mr. Danielson will be glad to work with you and talk about issues. He's very good with that. And if there are no other questions or comments, we're going to send this to the Planning and Zoning Board. Thank you, Ms. Granite. We are now at our last public hearing, item E4, Chapel Hill Road Towns rezoning public hearing. Mr. Nicholas of our staff will present this request. We're going to hear from the applicant. We're going to open up the public hearing and hear from anyone who wants to speak about this rezoning, and council will not take action tonight. We're going to refer it to our Planning and Zoning Board. Mr. Nicholas.
Thank you. Good evening, council. This is a request to rezone approximately 16.26 acres located at 9745 and 9493 Chapel Hill Road. The properties are located on the south side of Chapel Hill Road, adjacent to the intersection with Fairbanks Road, approximately 2,000 feet east of the intersection with Northwest Cary Parkway. Both properties are located within the town's corporate limits. This slide shows an aerial view of the subject properties. There are existing dwellings located on both of the properties near Chapel Hill Road. In addition to the houses, there's a significant amount of vegetation on the plots. The properties are currently zoned R40. I'll point out that the property shown in white on the map is land that's in Morrisville and has Morrisville zoning designations on it. Proposed zoning is residential multifamily conditional use. The applicant has proposed 3 zoning conditions. These include limiting the uses to semi-detached and attached dwellings or townhomes, having a maximum density of 6.5 dwelling units per acre, and each unit shall have a minimum of a 1-car garage. Cary Land Use Plan designates the property for low to medium density residential development, which would be a range of 1 to 8 dwelling units per acre. According to Cary's GIS maps, the property is potentially impacted by stream buffers. Field determination of these features would be required at the time of site plan review. And the Parks and Recreation Master Plan shows a greenway trail along the southeastern border of the property. As indicated in the staff report, that trail was originally proposed to connect across the railroad corridor to a formerly proposed light rail station on Tower View Court. That site's no longer being considered for a light rail station, so the Parks and Recreation Department has recommended that the trail segment on this property be removed. The Greenway Committee and the Parks and Rec Cultural Resources Advisory Board have reviewed this and also concur with staff's recommendation to remove this segment of the proposed greenway. The properties have frontage on Chapel Hill Road, which is designated on the town's comprehensive transportation plan as a major thoroughfare. Since the right-of-way adjacent to the property is not currently at its ultimate planned width, dedication of additional right-of-way and construction would be required along the property's frontage at the time the property develops. There are no existing or planned transit routes along the section of Chapel Hill Road where the properties are located. There's an existing C-Tran route on Northwest Maynard Road, approximately 0.6 of a mile to the east. And long-range expansion plans for C-Tran show a potential future route along Northwest Cary Parkway, approximately 0.4 of a mile to the west of these properties. The property listed at 9475 Chapel Hill Road contains a dwelling that's listed in the Cary, Wake County Architectural and Historical Inventory. House is identified in the inventory as the Richards House, built in 1938. Inventory describes the house as a 2-story, 2-bay, stone veneer dwelling exhibiting craftsman design features. And this slide just shows where the property is located, or where the house is located on the property up near Chapel Hill Road. Notice of the proposed rezoning was sent to owners within 400 feet of the subject property. Notice of the hearing was also posted on the property and published in the Cary News. The town did receive 1 protest petition regarding this rezoning. The property that submitted the protest is shown here outlined in red. Staff's still working to verify the signature on the form that was submitted, so at this point we cannot determine if there's a valid protest. We will have that information available prior to town council taking action on the request. Some of the concerns listed on the petition that was submitted included wanting to know the identity of the developer, some questions regarding what the best uses of the property in the neighborhood were relative to the adjacent rail corridor and future transit connections. Another concern was traffic on Chapel Hill Road. And final concern was the need to determine the best uses for all the property in the neighborhood relative to the commercial development to the west. Staff also received a phone call regarding the proposed rezoning, and the caller expressed concern regarding traffic on Chapel Hill Road and also the timing of infrastructure improvements in relation to the development. And this concludes staff's presentation, and I believe the applicant is here to speak.
Okay, and would the applicant please come forward at this time?
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Glenda Top with Glenda Top and Associates, and I'm here tonight representing the owners of the property and also the potential developers of the property. As staff has pointed out, our request is to rezone the property to townhomes. The land use plan identifies the property for low to medium density residential, which permits densities up to 8 units per acre. Staff presented 3 zoning conditions to you tonight. One is a use condition that limits the use to townhomes. We've also capped the density at 6.5, and that density was reduced from our first neighborhood meeting. After our second neighborhood meeting, we added a condition that addressed garages on the site. Since our second neighborhood meeting and subsequent to that, we have revised that condition. And we have also added a 4th condition, and I'd like to enter those into the record tonight. As far as the revision to the garage condition, we are now proposing a minimum of 50% of all townhomes shall be constructed with a 2-car garage. The balance of the townhomes shall be constructed with a 1-car garage. And then we have also increased the minimum amount of masonry, and we're offering a condition of 40% masonry. And both of these conditions we've added Although the town does an excellent job addressing architectural standards and how multifamily townhome developments will look like, we felt that by adding the additional clarification to a two-car garage in the masonry would help to address the quality and type of units that would go on the property, and would ensure that the proposed development would not have a negative impact on the surrounding properties. We do believe that the proposed use is appropriate for the site given the surrounding uses. We feel that medium-density residential is an excellent transition from the institutional temple use to the vacant parcel to the west. The code does require rather significant buffers that would be required along the adjoining properties, and we also feel that the site is well suited for townhomes due to the location of the railroad and also Chapel Hill Road, which is a major thoroughfare. The land use plan in this area has not really changed since its adoption in 1996. I'm sure we're all aware of the major changes that have occurred in the immediate location of this site. Most recently, the major commercial node that is located in Morrisville at the intersection of Cary Parkway and Chapel Hill Road. I know for those of us that have been around here for a long time, that whole area has changed dramatically with the new shopping center that's been built. Again, given the changes, we do feel that is another justification for a change in the use of the property. We do feel that the use and density is appropriate at this location. As was pointed out in the staff report, the request does meet several principles and goals of the comprehensive plan. Utilities are available to the site. The infrastructure is in place to serve the property, and it will serve the property without compromising any existing development in the area. And also would like to note that this property has been annexed into the town of Cary. The comprehensive plan encourages the concentration of growth near existing and planned employment centers. This site for the rezoning does provide housing opportunities in close proximity to employment and shopping. It also could help to revitalize and redevelop this part of Cary along Chapel Hill Road. Right now, the C-Tran is not planned immediately to this site, but as staff pointed out, there are plans in the long-range plans for a site near or along Northwest Cary Parkway. And there's still plans for light rail in this area. I know we've all been waiting for a while, but they haven't scrapped it completely, so there is still the potential for light rail in this area and a stop nearby. We held 2 neighborhood meetings. We held our first neighborhood meeting, and there were questions and concerns, and we wanted to get back to the neighbors, so we held a second meeting. And as I pointed out, we changed conditions between the first and the second, and then we changed conditions and added them after the second meeting was held. Staff has pointed out there is a protest petition. It's along our western property line. The property for that protest petition is vacant. It is adjacent to Morrisville. And what I'd like to do is address 3 of the items that were raised. The first one was concerning the rail corridor and future transit connections, and also the unanswered question in terms of what is the best uses for all the property in the area. In looking at the map that staff showed, there's not a lot of undeveloped land on this side of Chapel Hill Road in Cary. Again, there still is potential for the Triangle Transit to have a rail corridor and a rail stop. I don't think any of us know whether that's going to happen or not, but the potential is for that to happen. Of course, having townhomes a little bit of higher density within an area of a rail stop and transit is one of the goals of not only Cary, but of what Triangle Transit has been trying to do. If in fact transit, does come to be in this location. Also, as far as the responsibility of Chapel Hill Road, I do want to point out that we would be responsible for improving Chapel Hill Road, which does include a sidewalk. Of course, that sidewalk would not continue all the way to Morrisville yet because there would be an undeveloped piece of property, but we would be responsible for adding sidewalk along our property, which would then help with future pedestrian connections to the commercial area in Morrisville. And again, we do feel that the townhomes are an excellent use for this location. There was a question concerning the future expansion of Chapel Hill Road. Is indefinite, and any additional traffic to the already problematic area would only add to vehicular and pedestrian concerns. Staff pointed out Chapel Hill Road is a major thoroughfare. It's planned to be a 6-lane median divided roadway with sidewalks. We were told on numerous occasions that it is our responsibility to improve Chapel Hill Road along our frontage, and we understand that, and of course, as I said, that will include a sidewalk. As was pointed out in the staff report, with the density that we have proposed, a traffic study was not required. Based on the standards that engineering looks at, staff projected that the proposed use would only generate 54 a.m. and 63 p.m. peak hour trips. And just want to note that we feel that the use proposed is a low generator of trips, and it is definitely less than what might be proposed or might be there if the use was something other than townhomes such as commercial development. Then there was, lastly, there was a question about the contiguous commercial movie theater area west of the proposed rezoning, which is actually west of the site that protested. And the redevelopment of that area, and what might happen to that site, and a reason for more study and evaluation as to the best use of this property and the adjacent property. And I just want to take a minute and say that given the amount of commercial development that already exists in the area and the potential for additional commercial development in Morrisville, we feel that the proposed residential use is appropriate. I think, well, there's existing commercial development right now. I know there is room for additional land in Morrisville, and I feel that in this area, you know, we believe that townhomes does provide the support for people living in a close proximity to employment and shopping areas, even though those areas are not in Cary. It's not like you go from Cary and there's a wall and then you just stop, but you know, it does make sense to add housing in close proximity to employment and commercial areas. And again, one of the goals of the town's housing plan is to encourage the location of higher density residential development in close proximity to employment and shopping areas. Again, another reason why we believe that townhomes is the best use of the property. On a slide, although it wasn't necessarily pointed out, there is a stream buffer that acts as an environmental separation between our site and the proposed property to the west. It's a 100-foot stream buffer. In addition to this stream buffer, if that stream buffer is not in place adjacent to our site, then we are required to provide a 40-foot type A buffer. So our property is very well separated and buffered from the adjacent property. Want to close by saying we do know that the Richard House is on the property. As soon as we were made aware of that, we contacted staff to arrange a visit. I know there was one visit that occurred, but unfortunately it was a visit around the grounds of the property because there was a conflict and the person that lives in the home was not able to be there, so staff only visited the outside. So we're arranging another visit to go in, and we will continue to work with staff in discussing the potential of the preservation of the house. So I just want you to know that we are working on that with staff. In summary, the area has changed since the adoption of the plan in 1996. We do believe that this area is well-suited for a development with a density of 6.5 units per acre in townhome development. On the land use plan map, you will see that there is medium-density residential in this area of Cary. We do believe the use fits well, and that the required buffers, other requirements of the LDO and the stream buffers would provide or will provide adequate protection to any adjoining property owners. That concludes my presentation. Other members of the team are here, and also the potential developer is here who will also speak to you tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Nicholas, if you've concluded your report, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. So at this time, I'll open up the public hearing and invite our first speaker forward.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Mac Patel. I'm representing Cary Hill Developer LLC. We are an independent and local developer. We are planning to develop townhomes on this particular location. I have been a Cary resident for last 12 years and North Carolina resident for 21 years. I'm a real estate investor, and recently I have started working with some local investors and a Cary resident, who are resident for a long time. Our company and the investors, we all have one common goal, which is to earn a good reputation by building a quality residential development. As you know, there are several national builders, tract builders, who are currently building townhomes in Cary starting from 180,000 and up. In our market study, we have recognized that there is a great need for the townhomes, for a little bit higher price point and bigger size, 2,000 square feet, around 2,000 square feet or more, with an option for first floor masters and, maybe mostly 2-car garages, which is really hard to find in Cary. I have spoken to several real estate agents who says if you do something like that, make sure you have townhomes with master bedroom downstairs, and that's what we are planning to do. We are proposing for a low density, which is 6.5 units per acre instead of maximum allowed 12 units, and which should help us to build a peaceful neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Barbara Terry. I live at 116 Cricket Grass Drive. That's in Cary. It's actually in the neighborhood that's off of Fairbanks on your chart. I didn't get notification because I'm in the development, but it's 45 homes and I'm not within a home that's in the 400 feet. But I do represent the board of directors of the Hermitage Park Association. So the plan sounds wonderful. I have no problem with what the applicant said and what the developer has expanded on. But my concern is the traffic. And when the West Park or Park West development came in, I was on the board at that time also, and I called the town of Cary to see what were their plans for Chapel Hill Road. And I was told no plans. They don't own the street. So I was directed to go to the state DOT, and I did. I was transferred 7 times, and I got a call back, and basically they said due to funding, there was no plans to expand Chapel Hill Road. Right now, we have a very serious problem at that section of Chapel Hill Road after it goes from 4 lanes to 2 lanes. We have had accidents, and we're going to have more accidents. So although I don't disagree with the plan and the land use, I would like to see the traffic addressed before any more cars, even if it's 65 in the PM and 53 in the AM. That's 53 and 65 more that road cannot handle. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for this public hearing? I see no one. You'd speak? Okay, one more.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council members. I'm Dr. Palavram. I'm one of the practicing physicians in Cary for the last 15 years. And I'm a proud resident of this beautiful town, actually. I used to be in Northeast. But when I moved here, all my friends said that it's one of those kind of southern, not well-developed areas where you want to go. I said, no, this is a great future. This city is going to be beautiful, and I'm going to go down there. I came down here. After that, 15 other physicians, most of them, they all went to school with me. They're all here now. So I brought about 15 physicians in all specialties. So everybody says that in fact, you have made a big difference in bringing most of those physicians in this area in various specialties. I love this place, and especially the beauty of this city is unmatchable, and I've been to different parts of this country. I'm actually one of the active members of the Hindu temples here, and I've seen the city been developed right from where it was about 15 years ago now. And I'm one of the advocates that it has to be done in a proper way for this city, and whichever the direction it goes in there. And I came to know about this development a few months ago. And I felt that that's an appropriate thing to happen in this area. Because if you look at it, the temple coming in there, and most of these people, that's one of the most sacred places for the Hindu community here. And with this proposed development of having townhomes in next door, it'll be a good transition actually, rather than having any commercial activity. If some commercial activity comes in there, it actually takes away the beauty of that structure and also the sanctity of the place too. And I discussed with a lot of people about this, what would be the appropriate one to go in there. In fact, almost all of them, they felt that it would be nice to see a kind of retirement community type of place, like a townhomes or something, where people who are in their 50s and all that, they can come and probably avail a place there. And in fact, it'll be a good match and also a place for them to walk into the temple and also to probably enjoy the beauty of the surroundings and all those things. Plus, it's very close to the airport and close to the shopping centers, close to the hospital and all that. So people who are out planning to retire in the next 10, 15, 20 years, and probably for them, this will be a very good place for them, actually. So in my opinion, I feel that whatever has been proposed by this developer will be a great asset for the town of Cary and also for the temple next to it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Harinath, and actually I was not prepared to speak tonight, but considering what has been spoken and what has been talked about, I thought it will be appropriate for me to speak briefly. The person who spoke against the proposal is a very good friend of mine, Barbara Terry. So Barbara, I'm not going to be against you. But, and I'm not very well prepared, but just yesterday night, I met with the gentlemen and the applicants, and I saw their plan and what they proposed to me and what they were talking about. I think this is a great proposal. I think this is a great idea. If you look at the south, I guess, of the property, there is a Hindu temple. It's a South Indian temple. I'm a member of that temple. I think it's a great temple, and I think if you don't know, we Indian people need to have a community around the temple where people can live and go and worship in the temple. So this property we have will be used, about 95 units, for anybody, but a lot of Indian people, Hindu people, who would be worshiping in this temple. But that's not the issue. I think if you look at the location of the property and townhomes that will be built in this property, it is an excellent use of this property because you have Park Village Shopping Center, so the people will be able to use and utilize that shopping center. Then there is another shopping center on the other side of the highway, High House Road, and probably there will be a some kind of a transportation center will be built in that area. So I think this will be an excellent use of this property for utilization of all the commercial property and other things in that area. So I believe that this will be a good use of this property, and I would recommend the town council that they use this property for the townhomes for the town of Cary. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My name is Karen Berglund, and I live at 105 Bridge Path Drive, which is in the community opposite this proposed townhouse area in Hermitage. My home is Hermitage Park. I just want to reiterate what Barbara Terry was saying, that with the Park Village Shopping Center and all the traffic that that generates, coming down Chapel Hill Drive, excuse me, I'm so nervous, coming down Chapel Hill Drive, Chapel Hill Road, it all funnels into just 2 lanes in front of our property coming out Fairbanks, and where this proposed property would come out also. And it just seems like every morning and every evening there's a tremendous traffic jam going backwards and forward, and I would like to see that before we go forward with this lovely proposal, because it really does sound beautiful, that somebody addresses the traffic problem, because there's going to be accidents, or there's going to be a major problem, because we, as Barbara Terry was saying, you're just adding more cars to an already horrible situation. I live close enough to Chapel Hill Drive to hear the near misses and the screeching and the brakes and the traffic in general at those 2 hours in the day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Anyone else for this public hearing? I see no one. I'll close the public hearing. Open it up to council members for questions. Ms. Adcock.
I just wanted to comment, Glenda talked about the protest petition that was filed by the property owner to the west, and kind of one thing that mitigated their concerns was a stream buffer. But according to the staff report, and according to every staff report we see, I mean, stream buffers are subject to verification. It may or may not be a stream buffer there, right?
Right.
So I think that's important to point out. And the other thing is, we're all concerned about the traffic on Chapel Hill Road, and we all wish we could do something about it, and we don't own the road, and we don't have the money to do it and make the taxpayers pay twice. I mean, that's not an answer to this question, but it's just every time we have any development on Chapel Hill Road, we face this dilemma. I mean, it's vexing. I don't have an answer to it, but you look like you want to say something.
I was just going to say, anytime we do get some development, we at least get that one section of
Right.
Chapel Hill Road widened.
Yeah,
so.
maybe we can do it. But
I would just follow up. I've actually been contacted by a number of folks in the area, all of whom have supported the project for a number of different reasons. But I think the one thing that stands out to me more than anything, regardless of all the, it's in the rail corridor and all that kind of stuff, is that the temple supports the project and how much blood, sweat, and money and they have thrown at their facility to make it so beautiful and so wonderful for the town, and that they are supportive of the use and do not believe that it will detract from just from the beauty of their property and what they do there. I mean, to me, that speaks volumes. But it is along the rail corridor. I agree with Ms. Top. I do not see a light rail coming anytime soon, but I think we will have one day. And everything we always hear about that says you want your densities and such along the rail corridor. It seems to make sense. The Greenway Committee in Parks and Rec, I did want to speak to that little stub that was removed. We actually discussed that this previous week, and the Parks and Rec Board unanimously supported removing it. The Greenway Committee, which I'm sure you all know how strict they are with, protective of that they are with the greenways, and don't just remove a connection lightly. But some of the reasons were, one, going underneath the railroad and then along the railroad was incredibly costly. And given that this site will no longer be a rail stop, they were comfortable with that. And then also getting the street side trail and such. Makes sense. Park West Village, Park Village, commercial and employment centers. I was very pleased to hear about the 50% two-car garage and then the masonry requirement. I think that speaks to the quality that we ask for and look for and demand in Cary. And then, we're hearing so much more these days about, our seniors and young families needing more housing options. I think this helps in that regard. And then I was also pleased to hear about y'all looking at doing something for the I'm not going to call it historic, but the old house on the property. I think it's good to hear that you're not just going, at least you're not planning to knock it. You're going to try to see what you can do with it first, and I do appreciate that. So I'd like to hear what our Planning and Zoning Board has to say, and that's it.
Okay.
He said everything I was going to say.
Mr. Yerha.
Well, he said what I was going to say, too. I wanted to give my appreciation to the applicant and to the staff for the efforts that they've already done and plan to do with the house. And although the house is not a 200-year-old structure like some of the other ones we get to see, it is very rare. It's a stone craftsman house, and if you think about it, there aren't too many of those around. So despite the fact that it was only, I guess, built in the 1930s, it's still significant. So, but I appreciate those efforts and would look forward to some positive news. Overall, I do think townhomes is a perfect fit for this particular site.
Okay.
One thing I'd say, just having come off the campaign trail, I'm sure Jack probably feels the same way, is the resonating message we got from citizens is density in trees and being careful with our density in trees. The devil's in the details when you come down to the end, and keeping off of that rail corridor, not building right up to the rail corridor, giving adequate buffer so that you don't give the impression that you're squeezing too many units in. Those kind of things are going to be important. Leaving a nice landscape buffer along the road, that's going to be extremely important. Anything that you can put in conditions that help give us that sense of comfort goes a long way. I know you cannot put a condition in that talks about first floor masters. I wish you could, because that is exactly what people are looking for right now, and I wish you had the ability to put that in, but you can't. I would really be careful looking at the trees that you have there, particularly champion trees that you might have on that site, because I think you might have some. If they're healthy, whatever you can do to design around them would be appreciated by the citizens, and I think that would go a long way. I have one quick question. When you say 40% masonry, is that apply just to the front of the house, or is that for the whole exterior of the buildings?
Ms. Robinson, the best way I could answer that is we'll work with staff to understand exactly how to do it. We provided staff with the condition. That is not my area of expertise, so I would not want to say something that's inappropriate. I do know the town requires 35%. So we're upping it to 40, and I'm not sure how it reads in the code.
Okay. I look forward to an answer on that.
Thank you.
While you're there,
I'll provide that.
don't leave yet. I could ask a question about number. So I think it was Hari who said 95. My math is almost 106.
It would be if you multiplied it out.
Yeah, I just did, 105.69.
105. Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
it's 105.
Okay. And I did that longhand.
Other questions, comments?
Good for you.
Mr. Nicholas, anything to add? Okay. We'll refer this to the Planning and Zoning Board for their recommendation. Do we have an approximation, November?
Possibly November.
Or December, depending on if things...
We'll follow lead on the other one.
There will be a public hearing since they've added 2 new conditions tonight.
Okay.
They'll have to submit those to us.
So it sounded like December. Right?
So just to repeat that, there'll probably be a public hearing at the Planning and Zoning.
There will be a public hearing.
There will be a
Because they've
public,
added-
because they've added the
2 new
conditions. So
correct.
our citizens know that they can come back and speak in support or in opposition.
Correct.
And express their
And
concerns
the same people will be
there.
notified that were notified of this hearing.
Okay.
And if I can add, I don't know if back with the church rezoning, if we can get the information to staff. I know there's a time frame, a time crunch, but we'll get with him, and if it's not November, it'll be December.
Okay,
Thank
very good. Thank you, Mr. Nicholas. We now move to committee reports. We're at item G1, noise ordinance amendments. Tony Godwin of our staff will present this item, and council may take action this evening.
Good evening, Council. You have before you a staff report that recommends some minor changes to our current noise ordinance. As you know, our current ordinance was written in 1982, and it was amended as needed since that time. We come before you tonight in an effort to make the current ordinance easier to understand and to sync up some of the various sections so that they collectively make the ordinance simpler and more effective for the citizens and the officers that are called upon to investigate possible violations. The recommended amendments, which staff believes will do this, are included with more specificity in the staff report. There's little in the way of substantive changes that are recommended here. With that in mind, staff is also asking for council direction on whether we should investigate more substantive changes to this ordinance. Some examples of items that could be further researched are whether some parts of town, such as downtown area or mixed-use developments, should have a different threshold than the current residential area limits of 60 dBA, which is the same for all residential areas throughout town. Or whether the current use of the dBA weighted scale for all sounds is most appropriate, or should we make use of dBB or dBC weighted scale for certain types of sounds, and whether golf courses should be allowed to get an earlier start on certain types of work, which the current ordinance restricts to only the cutting of their putting greens, which is something you've heard before. If council decides to pursue additional revisions such as these, staff recommends that that be the subject of a future staff report. Before I go any further, I want to point out just a couple of inconsistencies between the proposal and the staff report that you have before you. In the definition section, 22103, we added a definition of occupied residential structure to the proposed amendment, but we didn't get that into the staff report by accident. We omitted that by accident. And then in the enforcement and penalty section, which is 22112, we mistakenly added a word in there and pointed out that successive violations within 1 calendar year are subject to increased penalties, when the proposed change, which is right in the proposal, is that it's within 1 year, not a calendar year. Again, both of those items are correct in the proposed changes, but the staff report that you provided stated those two things incorrectly, so I want to clear that up. To summarize, staff is asking for a 2-part process tonight. First, staff would like to get a vote on these proposed changes tonight to enable us to better address issues without delay. And secondly, we would like council direction on any new considerations to research for a future ordinance revision. Thank you for your time, and I stand ready to answer any questions you may have about that.
Do we want to tackle the first one, which to me seems easy, and then we'll go to the second one?
Be happy to start with the motion. I think it will
Okay.
probably get us off the dime. I move we amend Chapter 22 of the Code of Ordinances as proposed.
There's a motion.
Second.
And a second. Discussion.
I'd just like to say I had a chance to speak with some of the police department staff today, and I'm satisfied that a great deal of work has gone into this, and this will give them teeth in the ordinance that they need for enforcement. And while you never know until you try whether additional tweaking is needed, this is a terrific start. I also love the way they've consolidated things to make it easier to understand both for yourselves, but also to interpret to the public.
Okay.
And I'd like to add, we talked about this at the operations meeting for a little bit, and at that time, you all may have seen that we received a number of emails from several concerned citizens about the noise. And I'd like to thank again Major Godwin and all of the staff that reached out to that citizen. We actually got a thank you note from that citizen, which we don't often get, but thanking you for reaching out and through Project Phoenix, actually talking to the apartment complex to address her concerns. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I read like the staff report like 3 times, and I was like, well, why is this coming to council for discussion? I don't really see much wrong with it. So I called Gale, because she's like the wordsmith aficionado, and she could find all this stuff. And then she talked to me about, her conversation with the chief, and so I didn't see anything wrong with it before, not even more good. Acceptable now, so, yeah.
Mr. Yerha, I believe you're next.
Yeah, I've also had a real-life situation that dealt with the confusion in 22107, and your change here it's perfect. If the new wording were in place, there would have been no complaint whatsoever. It was very, to me, contradictory, the way it had been stated. It's really well done now.
Good. Mr. Schmidt.
Yeah, the reason it's here is for the second part.
Well, I figured it coming from you. I was like, there's got to be something in here about Coca Booth or something, and I'm like looking for it.
I'm glad you're paying attention. No, I think, like you said, we're going to separate these two and take them in two. So let's finish on this, and then I can share what Lori and I were discussing.
All right, sounds like we're ready for the question. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Floor is open.
Well, I think, I think what we were talking about is, there's a lot of change going on. And as the examples were given by the major, we said, we like to review our policies every so often. We have a lot of new dynamics going on. You have things downtown. You have a lot of things. The question is it time for a fresh look based on the different uses that we have in town and everything else? Felt that was worth some kind of general feedback. And that to me was the intent of bringing forward, to get your feedback.
And Major Godwin, a question on that point. You're looking for not specific things, but do you want us to review and come back with suggestions and recommendations? Or are you asking us, which suggestions and recommendations do you want us to look at? Which question are you want answered?
I really think we're looking for any specific things that you have heard about, any specific issues that have been raised to you that you would like for us to take a look at. We feel like the current ordinance works pretty well for us, but if there are specific things that perhaps we need to take a look at and maybe make some additions or so forth.
And I kind of feel that way too, so I'm open to what do we want to change?
Well, he brought up a good one. Do we want different thresholds for, say, downtown and other areas of town? Or my answer to that is no. I want, townwide, same for everything.
I like the sign ordinance. Well, there's some.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, is what you're saying.
You don't bring it to the sign.
My only comment would be is if we have certain festival or event, are they allowed to maybe break or
ramp it up?
Are they exempt?
A little bit.
Waivers.
Or something, or just for that special event or day. That would be kind of what I would look at. And as far as mowing the golf courses, heck no. We can't let those mowers out there in the golf courses too early. I mean, oh my gosh.
Jack might get an early.
I think we should make it later.
I'm trying to get a rise out of him.
It's too mellow. You can't do it tonight.
I think you brought up a good point, and like, I really don't have strong feelings. I just think that as we see downtown growing, it is an area that I think we're going to be tested in the future. So is it something we kind of wait and see, you know, are there consequences that will surface that we address then, or is there some things we know about that we might want to deal with? And the only thing I'm talking about is, you know, you're going to start to want to bring some uses downtown, and then you have all these really traditional homes behind that are remodeling families, and you're going to have those classic pressures of being around some other uses. And that's all I'm saying. I don't think, I haven't a clue what the answer is. The question is, do we just kind of watch it and keep on things? Intuitively, I think this one-size-fits-all just may not be the future. You know, this idea of signs being consistent, that's one thing. But I think as we have mixed uses in certain areas and we have downtown with its emerging uniqueness, do we, you know, is it something we should be looking at? I don't have answers, and I'm not even anticipating the problems. I just think something's going to happen.
Yeah. Before I get
No, go ahead.
just to respond, I don't feel there are any pressing needs. I mean,
I agree.
I don't want to have staff chase things down when we're really not
I
serious.
think we need a little more lived experience before we know where the sticky places are. Yeah.
Jack does raise a good point on mixed use, though, but yeah, I also agree, not yet.
Well, I just felt like that deserved full comment, you know, from the group.
Ms. Second, did you?
No,
have
that was it.
additional-
Just, I
okay.
think we need experience to find out if we get complaints or there are unique situations for which our sign ordinance, you know, doesn't help us or really help you to keep the peace. So
So what I'm gathering is we're happy with the one motion we made, and we don't need another motion. We're good as we are right now. We might want to revisit it in the future, but right now we're okay.
Very good.
And
Agree.
As to Mr. Francis' question, it looks as if there's an exception for town-sponsored events and certain athletic
It was
events.
more of a question, do we want to? I mean, I don't know if we have a problem or not, you know?
Well, there's already an
But
exception.
already
What she's saying is there
accepted.
is already an acceptance.
Oh.
You're covered.
Problem solved.
Cool.
Thank you, Mr. Goblin.
Thank you.
We now move to all the new businesses. This is item H1 and 2, Land Development Ordinance Amendments pertaining to signs. Mr. Barker of our staff will present the report, and council may take action.
Sure.
Mr. Barker.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. As you know, this was postponed at the last meeting so that council can incorporate direction that we received on these various issues. As you can see here, this is a list of the items that were included. The items that are strike through were ones that were not pursued or asked not to be pursued, and the other ones that are underlined are areas that I'd like to discuss tonight to make sure we all on the same page. So with logos, increasing logos and how signs are measured, council was supportive. Increasing the height of ground signs, that was supported, as well as monument signs. There were some comments by council members about putting a different option in for monument signs, which I will discuss in just a moment. There was no support for, council did not support adding additional ground signs in shopping centers for out parcels, but there was support for allowing more ground signs at principal entrances, and I'll discuss that in a moment just to make sure we're all on the same page. Increasing the size of wall signs was supported, as well as suspended signs, as well as flags on top of the roof of buildings. There was the recommended not to change anything dealing with illuminated window signs or neon signs, to keep one neon signs 2 square feet within the town center and the mixed-use overlay district. So that's going to remain the same. And there was also direction not to include on ground signs on the base of support of structures for art. Just want to make a little provision here. Prior to tonight, the staff, as seen with the last council meeting, we did approve a sign that had art on top of it, a support sign, and we had made the decision that that was supported by the current ordinance. And however, the color of the sign is not what was approved, so they'll have to change that. But from here on out, there would not be any signs allowed on the base or support of structures. So I just wanted to clarify that so people understand that part. Our current monument signs, you can go up to 12 feet in height. They have to be 75% masonry, 32 square foot sign area limitation, 10-foot setback from roadways, and landscaping at the base. They're allowed for residential subdivisions, non-residential subdivisions, and general shopping centers, and individual non-residential parcels that are greater than 15 acres. At the last council meeting, there was some discussion where before we had two criteria with two different monument sign heights. Staff has added a third one in the middle. And so this is typically referring to mainly non-residential subdivisions and shopping centers that range from 60,000 to almost 100,000. It would stay at the 12 feet height and 32 square feet. But if the shopping center or the non-residential subdivision had a non-residential square footage between 100 and 130, you go up to 14 feet in height with 40 square feet, and then over 130 square feet would be 16 and 50 square feet. And this was the option that was before you last time. However, I just want to let you know that the slide is wrong. It should read 60,000 to 130,000, and then that would be 12 feet by 32. And the bottom one would be over 130,000, would be 16 feet and 50 square feet. I wanted to make sure we understood about entrance signs. The current regulations, you can only have one ground sign per street that the center fronts on, up to a maximum of 3 streets. There's also provision that you could have on the entrance, you could have signs on both sides as long as they were like on a wall. And so, and they were identical. And just wanted to make sure that I understood that.
Wait, I'm sorry, because that's different from what I understood the other day. I thought, when I read the report, I thought you were saying that we could allow multiple, so in this case up to 3 of these entrance signs on one street. And I was told, no, it's 1 per street, but you could have multiples of them. So you're saying that actually this is multiple signs on one street?
Right now, the current ordinance allows you 1 ground sign per entrance on that one street. Like if you front on 2 major streets, like a Trine and Trine Road and Kildare Farm, you can have 1 entry sign on this side of this on Trine, 1 entry sign on Kildare. And then if you had an entrance and you wanted to do like a wall that went into it, you could have an entry wall that's identical on both sides and signs on both sides of that entry wall.
That's what you're allowed today?
Is it today?
So explain to me where we would be allowing if we approve this.
Okay. You'd have 1 ground sign per entrance from a street. So if, like on Tron Road, you had 2 entrance ways, you'd have allowed a sign on each of those entrances, as long as they were 300 feet apart from each other. And you still, if you had an entrance, you could have the same wall type feature or column feature signage on both sides if you wanted to. So that's what the proposal is. So you could have, most definitely more than however many entrances you have on that street, you can have a ground sign.
For each one, as long as they're 300 feet
Yes,
apart?
That's correct.
Okay.
So
I'm not a fan of that, so I'll be voting against that element of it, depending on.
What's the part that bothers you, that just the fact that
Having
there
these
are 2?
multiple, having a monument sign for every single entrance they have. I mean, for some of these large tracks, it could be
I'd
really
have to clarify, you
not
can only have 1 monument sign on that. You couldn't substitute monument signs on each of the entrances. You have up to 3.
You put a ground sign.
Yeah, for the ground sign,
One monument sign, but multiple ground signs.
yes. You could have up to 3 monument signs, but like if you face 2 public streets, you could have one at the very intersection, then one on like Kildare and one on Pine. So you could have up to 3 at these major shopping centers.
As long as they're not closer than 300 feet.
That's right.
Do you have other cities that we like to compare ourselves to, that we hold in high regard? Do you have what they do? Do you have examples of where this actually looks good?
Well, I mean, I've got examples of Hilton Head where they have monument signs and signs at entrances. And I've taken pictures, and I mean, it seems like they still aesthetically look good and are consistent because they have high quality signs. So, but it is y'all's preference on what you want.
Mr. Barker, at our last meeting, I thought we made these decisions, and this was coming back as a confirmation, or that's probably not the right word.
Clarification.
Yeah.
I think what happened is with the monument signs, there was discussion about staff kind of coming up with a 3-tier thing. And then with the entrance sign, staff didn't feel like it was really clearly explained. And I wanted to make sure it was clearly explained what that meant so that council, when they adopt it, understands the number of entry signs that would be allowed.
So if I, as a council member, wanted to make a motion to do exactly what we voted last time, monument signs would be option 2, and the wording as is would...
With entry signs.
Did we vote or direct last meeting?
Excuse me?
Did we vote or did we direct you?
You didn't vote, you directed. And so what we did is went through.
No, we directed.
And changed, we took all your directions from the ordinances and then kind of changed the ordinance to reflect council except for these two
But I recall we did, it was like a straw vote, where you would say, do we have at least 4 people who support X? If do, go forward. Bring
Sorry,
it
I'm
back,
having a
let's see
senior
what.
moment. That's right.
Well, no, it's not senior, it's just been a long time. So,
Okay, other...
I'm older than you, you can't say you're having a senior
So
moment.
staff recommends approval of round 26 as presented, with option 1 for the monument sign would be the 3 tiers, 12, 14, and 16 feet in height.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, second. Discussion. I know you have an issue with one. I know Mr. Yerha has an issue with another.
Yeah, I'm not going to go through everything that we talked about last time again, but just so you know that some of these, I think, I think your representation of our discussion last time is perfect. I think it's all here. But some of those things I liked and some I didn't, so since we have 1 vote for all of them, I'm going to have to vote no.
Okay. And just repeating one more time, the only difference in the direction is now you're recommending option 1, which is in the motion.
That's
Okay.
right.
Other questions, comments? All in favor of the motion, and we're going to have a non-unanimous vote, so we probably want a hand show. All in favor of the motion, please say aye and show your hand.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Motion carries 5-2.
Okay, and staff would recommend.
And we need to do a
I'm happy to make that motion.
consistency statement.
I move approval of option 1 for the consistency and reasonableness statement.
Second.
There's a motion, a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? 5-2.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barker. We're now ready to go into closed session. I would entertain a motion.
I'd be happy to do that for you. Pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3, I move that we hold a closed session to consult with attorneys employed by and/or retained by the town in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege between the attorneys and the town, and to prevent the disclosure of information that is made privileged or confidential by General Statute 143-318.10E.
There's a motion.
A second.
And a second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we're now in closed session. We'll reconvene our council meeting, and I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion, second. Discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and we are adjourned. Thank you.
This has been a production of Cary TV. Visit the Town of Cary's website at townofcary.org.